What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Victory Monday, Wisconsin sports fans, not just Packers fans or Brewers fans or Badger fans. What a weekend for Wisconsin sports. We'll break it all down, but big thanks for tuning in, making us a part of your start here. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios, whether you're listening to us on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, or checking us out online at sportstalk1051.com. You've got your Alexa devices. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. We've got the video streams up and rolling. Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, all those different spots there. So a very happy Victory Monday to all of you. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Lots to catch up on. Packers victory, game one, coming away with the big W, taking down the Detroit Lions at Lambeau Field yesterday, 27-13. That final touchdown coming and kind of garbage time there for Detroit. But man, lots to kind of give a big old thumbs up and such to the Packers, right? Jordan Love going 16 of 22 for a $188, 2 touchdown passes. It was tough going at the beginning, but a bounce back second half for Josh Jacobs, 19 carries, 66 yards, including a touchdown. Extending, if you go back to last year, 9 straight games with a rushing touchdown for him. Receiving wise, spreading the wealth. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 receivers at least catching 2 passes. But Dobbs with a couple catches for 68 yards, including that long 48. You had Jaden Reed with 3 catches, 45, including a touchdown. Dontavian Wicks with a couple catches, along with Tucker Kraft, including a touchdown. Matthew Golden collecting a couple catches as well. But it was the defense. Our first glimpse of this kind of a new defense under a second-year defensive coordinator, Jeff Hafley. But we got to see Micah Parsons in a snap count, and you could see the effect that Micah Parsons had in that limited snap count, not just because of the sack that he had chasing down Jared Goff, but it was his pressure that led to an Evan Williams interception. What a break on the ball by Evan Williams, too. But Edrin Cooper, 12 total tackles. You had 1.5 sacks from Rashawn Gary. You had a half a sack from Lucas Van Ness. Devontae Wyatt also getting a sack. He had 3 quarterback hits. Devontae Wyatt, 3 quarterback hits. Rashawn Gary also 3 quarterback hits. 9 total quarterback hits from the defense, including 4 sacks and 9 TFLs, 9 tackles for loss. So overall, I think it was just a fantastic day from the defense. Was it 100% perfect? No, probably not. But you look at what that defensive line did, especially limiting the running attack from Detroit. Montgomery had 11 carries for just 25. Jahmyr Gibbs, playmaker Gibbs, 9 carries for just 19. And then Gibbs, 10 catches, yeah, but the Packers held him to 31 yards receiving. Well, I thought the defensive line played well. Big question mark. How would they do without Kenny Clark up the middle? Got to tip your cap to those guys. I thought they did a fantastic job. Jared Goff overall, 39 pass attempts, completing 31 for 225, a touchdown, and an interception. Sam Laporta led the receivers with 6 catches and 79 yards. So plenty to break down from this W. But we're going to hand out some game balls here a little bit later on, too. So if you had to hand a game ball to somebody from this on this team, who would you hand it off to? All right, you can hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or you can comment on the video streams if you'd like. So we got Packers talk coming up here in just a little bit. We'll open up with that, but again, as we said in the opener, it was a fantastic weekend for Wisconsin sports, and that also includes the Milwaukee Brewers sweeping the Pirates in a 3-game series over the weekend. It started off with a 5-2 victory on Friday, a 4-1 victory on Saturday, and then yesterday a 10-2 victory in a matchup with two flamethrowers, Jacob Mizorowski and Bubba Chandler, and it was the Miz's day. After having a little bit of maybe some control issues in the beginning part of that game with some walks, the Miz throwing over 100 pitches, 108 pitches. I don't think anybody had that on their wild card for this year to see Jacob Mizorowski throw for over 100 pitches. I mean, we kept talking about we kept being told about trying to manage and maybe not trying to push it too much, especially getting towards the playoffs and that, right? Dude goes out there 7 innings and 108 pitches. They let him out there for over 100 pitches. Nobody had that on their bingo card. I was surprised by it. I have to imagine everybody else was, but that's also probably got to give the Brewers and everybody else a ton of confidence, even Mizorowski, to know, hey, I can do that. I could go over 100 pitches. Maybe like to see that at least try to get to 8 or 9 innings, but still, after the first inning and kind of having a little bit of control issues, to be able to go 7 innings and over 100 pitches, I thought was fantastic. Fantastic work from Jacob Mizorowski. Now the Brewers will begin a series with the Rangers, but thanks to the Brewers winning and, again, the Cubbies losing, your magic number for the Brewers. Got a couple of them here, okay? 3 to make the postseason. Just 3. Magic number's 3 to clinch a postseason spot. To clinch the NL Central, it's 12. To clinch the top seed in the National League and Major League Baseball's overall number 1 seed, 13. We're cutting it down. We're getting there. It's getting close. We could, in the next couple of days, already have a spot clinched, but we want more, right? We want more. They want more. But we're getting there. We're getting incredibly close to this thing. So we'll recap an awesome weekend for the Brewers. And now more questions, too, on how they're going to kind of handle the Rhys Hoskins situation. Because remember, tomorrow is the deadline for the ball club to get him off that rehab. But man, the game Andrew Vaughn had yesterday and how Bowers is swinging the bat here as of late, making things difficult on the Brewers on how they're going to go about this. Because you look at Jake Bowers in his last 7 games, the guy's hitting .389, slugging .611. Andrew Vaughn, who had 4 hits yesterday, his last 25 at-bats, .360. So these two guys playing in that same spot as Hoskins, although Bowers played right field yesterday, they're like, hold on here. Hold on. We can contribute here too. So what do you do with the Hoskins? I mean, I would have, he's going to be on a team, but how do you break up that playing time there? It's a good problem to have. I'd rather have this problem than man, we don't have really any options at this point. Jose Quintana is going to be on the mound tonight, so we'll preview that coming up here a little bit later on. Badger football, too, they picked up a victory on Saturday against Middle Tennessee, although, especially after the first quarter, maybe a little nervous. You're like, oh. Then you go into the half, and it's 14-10. It's, really? Well, then Badgers kind of turned it on in the second half, shutting Middle Tennessee out, putting up 14 in each quarter, getting a 42-10 victory. They covered, but do you still feel great about it? Maybe not, maybe so. But Danny O'Neal went 23 of 27, 283, 3 touchdowns. Lance Mason, 7 catches for the tight end, 102 yards, including a touchdown. So now Badgers got a big one coming up this weekend, going up against Alabama. Here we go, baby. So Badgers starting off 2-0, taking care of their business. That's the positive side of things. Taking care of business, their first 2 games, winning the games they're supposed to. Now it kicks into gear, doesn't it? Now we go. Now we see what type of team Wisconsin really truly is going to be coming up here. Maybe we'll get a better idea in October and such, but you got the first 2 weeks, you got 2 W's, you got 2 wins. Let's see how good you really are going into this Alabama game. So we'll talk a little Badgers as well. We got a little local sports roundup brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. Justice Cleveland's going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll do some local sports roundup with him. UW Stout also got a win over the weekend to begin their college football season. A recap in week 3 of the high school football season, all that good stuff. Justice, again, will be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour for that. Also, it is Monday, so it's I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. Fill in the blanks. Let me know what they are. Best ones, I'll read on the air. Again, you can hit me up with a text on that. All right. That's your game plan for us this morning, but I want you to join in on the convo. You can chime in on that texting line, or you can join us on the video streams, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, with some comments over there. As Joe says on YouTube, Wisconsin sweep the weekend, crew pack Badgers. Absolutely fantastic weekend if you are a Wisconsin sports fan. So let's get right into it. Let's talk a little Packers. All right. Lots to break down with a week 1 victory over the Detroit Lions. I know it's just week 1. It's the first game, but it's a division game against a very good opponent. Got a lot to be happy about. Still a very long season, but you want to start off on a hot note, and that's what Green Bay did yesterday. Let's break it all down. We'll take our first break, and then the leadoff coming up. We'll begin talking a little green and gold after these quick words. Tailgating season is in full swing, whether it's for baseball, football, whatever the case, or just still continuing your backyard barbecues. You got to head on over to our good friends at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. And don't forget, with bow season opening up this weekend, deer season, baby, if you're looking for a place to take that trophy deer to get processed, Mike's Star Market can help you out as well. Many different flavor options. Especially when it comes to brats and such, or maybe you want to check out some freshly cut steaks or chicken or anything like that. Or if you're going on some road trips to some games and that, snack sticks, beef strips, they got everything over there. Go visit them today, 2238 Heimstead Road. That's on the west side of Eau Claire. All right, who gets the honors today to lead us off here this morning? Going to go with the green and gold here. The Packers pick it up a 27-13 victory over the Detroit Lions yesterday. And I want to kind of start it off with the defense, because I think that's where we kind of have to kind of tip our caps to the performance that the defense had yesterday. Now, I don't know how much I thought it would be a big effect for the Lions, but I don't want to kind of overreact too much. And I know it's week 1 and it's Monday. You're going to have some overreaction Monday stuff. I understand that. I get that. We're probably going to do that here a little bit too. But it sure looked like, from a Lions perspective, that maybe, they missed out on their offensive coordinators, or they're both their coordinators, their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator a little bit. Now they're going to have time to get adjusted, but this is again a reason why I was okay with opening up against Detroit in week 1, especially at home. And I know a lot of people, I wish we could have had Detroit later on in the season when it's cold and all that, but I kind of wanted them now. I like that we had them now, because they had these new coordinators coming in, and you thought maybe if there was going to be a little bit of adjustment period to go, you'd rather have it early before they kind of found the rhythm and got into a groove here a little bit. So maybe that's going to be the case coming up here for the Lions as they still try to kind of figure everything out here. But, specifically on the defensive side, I look at what the defensive line did and holding that running game, holding Montgomery and Gibbs from a rushing standpoint. 11 carries for 25 yards for David Montgomery. His long was 6 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, 9 carries, 19 yards. His long was 4. He had 9 carries and 19 yards, and his long was 14. You could do the math on that. Both those guys averaging under 3 yards per carry. Montgomery, 2.3 yards per carry. Gibbs, 2.1 yards per carry. 22 total carries for Detroit. 46 yards. For all the talk, and I get it, and rightfully so, with no Kenny Clark, how would the run defense look like? Credit to those guys, credit to the Kobe Woodens, the Devontae Wyatts, the Stackhouse, the Brooks, those guys for stepping up and having a fantastic day. For the linebackers, Cooper and Quay Walker, for helping out over there too. It was setting the tone. We talked about it on Friday, keys to victory net, who's going to win in the trenches. And I think you can make the case that the Packers, both on the offensive line and on the defensive line, won in the trenches. They kept Jordan Love clean, and the Packers defensive front got after Jared Goff and stopped the run. That was awesome to see. And I think you give a ton of credit to the players, but you also give a ton of credit to new defensive line coach DeMarcus Covington. He got that group ready to go, prepared. He got them going. I know it's only week 1, and I don't want to put all my eggs in this one basket and ready to proclaim anything, but that gave us a glimpse of what this defensive line could do. And if that's the bar, they set that bar, that could be something. I mean, it sure looks like they've already made strides compared to last year. Again, I don't want to overreact too much from the first game and from week 1, But we know how that defensive line group performed last year. And they come into this thing and hold Montgomery and Gibbs to 40-some yards rushing total between the two. You factor in Jameson Williams had 3 yards, and Jared Goff technically had -1. So 42 yards total between Montgomery and Gibbs. That's pretty darn impressive. That's really impressive. And that's a credit to the players, and that is a credit to Covington for getting his group ready and prepared, and a credit to Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator, for the game plan and the calls that he had. Yeah, the Lions' short passing game kind of burned Green Bay a little bit, especially in the first half. And we talked about that as being a key matchup, a key to victory to try to limit that. But Green Bay held them out of the end zone. Detroit made a few trips to the red zone, but Green Bay held them out of the end zone and got a pick right before the half. How big was that play before the end of the first half? The pressure from Micah Parsons and the awesome break on the ball from Evan Williams. We know Green Bay wants to lead the league in turnovers. That's one of their goals. It was one of their goals last year. They want to be a turnover machine, and they were a top 5 team last year in turnovers. And we know a focus this year is trying to maybe force some more fumbles, but they'll take picks too. But you have to wonder just how big of a play that was, considering too that Detroit got the ball after halftime. They could have doubled up. And to see that play, that was pretty awesome. And I think it was a big play in the overall outcome of the game, because let's just say, okay, say Detroit scores a touchdown there. They're down 7 heading into the half because there's a 17-3 at halftime. Heck, maybe even if they score a field goal there, maybe they get a little bit of momentum riding into the half when they get that ball back. They get a field goal in the third, but that was it. Outside the garbage touchdown in the fourth. Was the defense 100% perfect? No. They weren't 100% perfect. Sam Laporta gave them some issues. 9 targets, 6 catches, 79 yards. A lot of times, especially in that first half, you got to give the Lions credit. They were converting on some third downs and extending those drives. I mean, we talked about time of possession being a big key to this game, a factor to this game. In Detroit, they were, especially in that first half, they were winning that thing. They were kind of dominating in that thing. I mean, Detroit, 35 minutes, 25 seconds compared to Green Bay's 24 minutes and 35 seconds. But Detroit was converting on those thirds. They were extending those drives. But again, credit to the Packers defense for keeping them out of the end zone. And a little bit probably played in the hands when you have Green Bay going 2 plays and scoring a touchdown there too. So you're just giving the ball right back to the offense. But you take that any day of the week. But I was so impressed with that front. I mean, we have these high expectations for this front now with Micah Parsons coming in. And, it's like, oh, it's going to be, Rashawn Gary's going to benefit from this, and the corners are going to benefit from this. The secondary is going to benefit from this. We saw glimpses of that. And I say glimpses because Micah Parsons was on this snap count. But we saw the impact that he can have. Double teams, chips. That's opening up the doors for others. Rashawn Gary, 1.5 sacks. Lucas Van Ness, he just got credit for a half sack, but I thought he was awesome in this game too. And we've talked about the interior defensive line. Devontae Wyatt, 3 tackles for losses and a sack. That drive where Detroit was backed up, and I thought, it did look like a safety at first. I thought Gene Steratore was awesome in explaining it. But that drive, those 3 plays, when was the last time that we saw a Packers defense in those 3 plays just overtake an offensive line and just dominate that team? Those 3 plays. The sack on Goff, Then I think it was it Wyatt or just stuffing the run and then stuffing it again. Just imposing their will on an offensive line. Detroit, you could tell, missing some of their interior offensive linemen. That's a group that was missing some guys. You would expect that, and I think the lines are hoping and expect that it'll get better. But if you're the Packers, you take advantage of that, and you go after it, and you attack it, and that's exactly what they did. I can't say enough about what this defense did overall. The run defense, the pass defense. Nate Hobbs didn't play in this game, but this is what Jeff Hafley wants to do, and we got to see it. Getting after the quarterback, pressuring the quarterback, collapsing the pocket, doing it with 4 or 5 guys, and dropping those extra guys in coverage. We didn't hear a whole lot about Keyshawn Nixon, even like Carrington Valentine a ton. We didn't hear those guys' names, and that's not a bad thing. But the job, it all started up in the trenches, and the job that those guys did was amazing. And the game plan and the game calling by Jeff Hafley was awesome. And again, credit to DeMarcus Covington for getting that group ready to go. But boy, that Micah Parsons running down Jared Goff, that play, I think you could that displayed the speed, the athleticism that he has. I know Jared Goff is not the fastest dude in the room, but that play, it's like you don't see Parsons right, and all of a sudden he just like comes through the line. And I think it was Matt LaFleur after the game described it as kind of like a shooting star. I mean, the dude just bursted through. But we saw it how many different times where he was affecting that game. And it improved, in my opinion, it helped out the other guys too. We talk about it, the trickle-down effect. I thought it was interesting before the game too, or at the beginning when Nance and Romo were talking about how Dan Campbell was saying, they were glad that Kenny Clark's no longer in the division because of how much, of an effective force he was on the defensive line and such. That Kenny Clark was, yes, a big loss in that, but Green Bay, they really dominated. They dominated that up front. They wanted to be a more physical team this year. They showed that in week 1. Let's see if they can keep it up. Got a big test, quick turnaround Thursday against the Commanders too. Jane Daniels, a little bit more mobile. All right, we've got to take a quick break, and then I want to talk about the offense. All right, let's talk a little bit about the offense for this Packers team. All right, send me your thoughts on the defense. Send me your thoughts on the offensive play from the Packers. All right, quick break. We'll be back after these words. Talk a little more green and gold on this Victory Monday.
Every regular season Friday home game at American Family Field, ticketed fans 21 and over who sit in the Miller Lite beer pen in the left field loge bleachers will receive a free Brewers can holder, courtesy of Miller Lite and Leinenkugels.
Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org, insured by NCUA.
ServiceMaster of Chippewa Valley is your local expert when it comes to fire and water damage, carpet and air duct cleaning, mold remediation, and trauma. They're when you need them 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Trust comes in the yellow truck. Learn more at ServiceMasterChippewaValley.com.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works, period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight 100% guaranteed with Mark Patrick seminars. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. That's right. Seminar Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Weight loss seminar 11 a.m. Stop smoking seminar 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up now at markpatrickseminars.com.
Fleet Farm's turning 70, and you're invited to the party. Join us September 12th through the 14th for a shot at over $170,000 in prizes and giveaways. We'll have a different giveaway for the first 500 guests each day. Free water bottles, can koozies, or hats. Plus, enjoy free hot dogs or snacks while you shop special anniversary deals store-wide. Don't miss our 70th celebration, September 12th through 14th at Fleet Farm. For more details, go to fleetfarm.com/anniversary.
Week 1 of the season isn't over yet. We still have one more game tonight with Minnesota taking on Chicago. So why not wrap up your week 1 by playing with Underdog? Because with Underdog, if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And one of the best parts, you could play with as little as $1. So for tonight's Minnesota and Chicago game, I'm staying away from the quarterbacks until we see a bit more from them. In fact, I can see this game being low scoring. So I'm making a lot of my picks on the defensive side of the ball. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code Kasper to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Kasper with a K. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Wisconsin. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Bow season is coming up this weekend for you deer hunters, which means we are inching closer and closer to also the deer gun season, especially with the youth hunt and such. So if you haven't upgraded that deer rifle of yours yet, it's time to head to our good friends at Tilden Gun. Now you can check out their website, which a few weeks ago they've updated. Looks pretty snazzy, looks really good up there. Or you can visit their awesome shop too at 12427 90th Avenue, Chippewa Falls. So for deer season with the bow season coming up this weekend, it's a good reminder, maybe kind of that internal deadline for you. It's like, oh man, I got to get that new deer rifle yet. You got some time. Just go visit our friends, Tilden Gun. Again, the website, tildengun.com or 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Continuing our Packers talk here this morning, let's go to the offensive side of the ball here. So yesterday, the Packers offense, 27 points, jumping out to a 10-0 lead in the first quarter. Not a bad way to open up the game on the opening drive and going 12 plays, 83 yards, taking a little over 5 minutes, a little over 5.5 minutes off the clock, going into a 7-0 lead. You force a 3-and-out right away. Then you get the field goal there. So Packers offense, I look at it, and if you're just doing box score scouting and that, and you're like, oh, Jordan Love didn't throw for 200 yards or anything like that. 16 of 22, buck 88, 2 touchdowns, finished with a rating of a 128.6. Jordan looked really comfortable to me. Outside of back-to-back poor decisions from Jordan Love, it was those stretch where, he threw the pick 6, but it got called back. And then the throw before, tried to throw it to Tucker Kraft, but really was behind him, and luckily the linebacker dropped it. Outside of those 2 bad decisions, I thought Jordan Love was pretty darn good. I thought he was pretty darn good. He looked comfortable. He looked confident. Josh Jacobs, there just wasn't a whole lot to run there at the beginning. Dude grinded it out, though. 19 carries, 66 yards, got that rushing touchdown. Receivers, Jordan spreading it out. Romeo Doubs, to me, he showed more emotion in this game than I think we've seen in his entire career. With his 2 catches, that dude was pumped up, especially on the long one. I mean, the first one too. Romeo Doubs, I can't remember the last time we saw that much emotion from Doubs. And if you kind of follow along on Packers social media and see some of those videos, he's pretty answering those fun questions and that. He's like, man, yeah, pretty dull. But that dude, he was displaying some emotion yesterday. I mean, maybe the most emotion we've seen since he was upset on the sidelines last year and that one game, and then ended up leading to a suspension because he didn't show up to practice, kind of ghosted them and such. Jaden Reed with the foot injury. They had him on a punt return too. So, I thought he looked good. Tucker Kraft getting a touchdown early. Matthew Golden getting a couple catches. Dontavian Wicks, a guy who struggled with the dropsies last year, had a nice in the over the middle catch in between traffic, spreading the ball around. Jordan's first 8 completions were to 8 different receivers. Got Savion Williams even a little bit of a rep on an end around. So offensively, thought it was solid. But I got to give a ton of credit to that offensive line. Especially, they had to plug in some different guys. Now, I haven't seen any updates on Zach Tom's injury or Aaron Banks. But you saw Kennard get in there. You saw Anthony Belton get in there. So I feel like that group, that offensive line group, really did a fantastic job considering there were some moving parts in it throughout the game towards the end of the game. I thought they were awesome. And the protection that they were able to provide for Jordan Love. You're talking about 0 sacks, okay? 0 sacks on Jordan Love. And what was it, just 2 quarterback hits? Yeah, 2 quarterback hits, no sacks. Considering the other guys they had to shuffle in and guys playing. And I noticed, Sean Ryan and Jordan Morgan were kind of splitting some snaps over there at right guard and that. Man, I got to give a ton of credit, and that's a ton of credit. If we're going to give a ton of credit, which we should, to Covington for getting the defensive line ready to play, ton of credit to Butkus, Coach Butkus, for getting that offensive line ready to go. But to see those guys, like a Zach Tom, who it looked like friendly fire, was on that pick 6 that got called back, but Hutchinson blowing up Jordan Love that ended up taking out Zach Tom and landed on his hip. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Apparently he was trying to, on the bike, and that he landed on his hip. Maybe just hopefully a bruise or something like that. We've all kind of probably got our legs taken out from under us and landed on a little bony butt of ours and that. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Not really sure what's going on with Banks and that, but again, especially with a quick turnaround, hopefully they're okay. But you got to give credit to the offensive line for stepping in and other guys stepping in and playing well, especially Kennard. The acquisition from the Philadelphia Eagles, who we didn't see him at all. Didn't really know what to expect from him. He comes in, gives him a couple nice series. Does a nice job blocking, especially in the running game. So offensively, was it an offensive explosion? No, it wasn't an offensive explosion. Outside, the one drive where they had 2 plays and that. But, man, you build upon that now. You keep going. But the offensive line, the job they did, and just it sure seemed like Jordan Love was pretty darn confident and he was pretty darn comfortable out there. Outside of those 2 bad decisions, and let's call it what it is. Got lucky on the pick 6 that there was a holding penalty. Got lucky because that instantly could have turned the game around too. Got lucky on the throw before that it wasn't a pick because he was probably gone. But you need a little bit of luck when it comes to sports too, right? We all need a little bit of luck. And, I will say too, special teams wise, we're breaking down kind of each group. Beginning wise, had issues with penalties, right? Especially on the first parts of the game. Nice returns being called back because of penalties. Got to clean that stuff up. Opening kick, you had a penalty right away on Bo Melton for holding. That stuff, unacceptable. When you have good starting field position in a shorter field, we can't be taking that away from stupid special teams penalties. That stuff's got to knock it off. But Daniel Whelan, boy, does that guy got in the leg, huh? I mean, we've seen it for the last couple of years. He's coming off the extension. You want to talk about flipping the field, especially on that punt before the end of the first half. Okay, Green Bay gets the interception. Then they're not able to get the first down, and they got to punt it away. And you hear Romo on the telecast saying, this punt's got to go out of bounds. You can't let this guy return it. It can't be down the middle. You can't do it. You can't do it. All Daniel Whelan does is just jack that thing like 60-plus yards. And then newcomer to the team, their new linebacker, Nick Neiman, with a great tackle. I mean, the coverage unit gets down. They force him to kind of go back and forth. They took, 16 seconds off the clock and a punt? So, I mean, the coverage there was awesome, but Whelan really showing off his leg. 3 punts, $164. He averaged 54.7. His longest was 65, and 2 of them went inside the 20. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. A couple texts here before we got to take our final break before the first hour, because there's a Mike Silver from The Athletic was in Green Bay yesterday covering the game. And I've been able to read a little bit here, but there's an interesting nugget from Mike Silver about the Parsons trade and going back to the Khalil Mack trade. Interesting nugget that I want to bring up here. But a couple texts here. First off, C-Bomb says, I'm going to try to decipher this, C-Bomb. I don't know if there was another text that goes with it or a little talk to text. I never want to get too high or low after a win or a loss, but that showing amped me up. Jordan hitting all different receivers, the defense getting sacks. I don't know what that's supposed to, there's ... and then that's other than questionable challenges, which I really didn't have a problem with. There's not a lot of real negatives to point out in this game. EC Ryan, morning Dan. I was at the game yesterday and it was loud. There was a lot of blue, but we shut them up pretty quickly overall. Great game plan. Super excited for the season. Yes, glad you texted in, EC Ryan. I was curious for anybody else who was at the game because it looked like a lot of blue. And I know Matt LaFleur kind of called out Packers fans post game, saying to all the Packers fans who sold their tickets to Lions fans, he credited the fans who were there, Packers fans, for being loud and setting the tone and the environment there, and kind of called out Packers fans who sold their tickets to Lions fans. So, I mean, I'm curious, like how I could only tell from TV and people posting video on Twitter, what was the pop like when Parsons got introduced and what was the pop like when Parsons got that sack? I mean, it sure sounded pretty down loud. Dave and Cadet agree with you, Dan. The O-line deserves the game ball. Lots of other fun and exciting plays to watch, but the beef up front gave Love time to read the field and step into the ball this year instead of throwing off his back foot, which he did a lot last year. Keep those texts coming. All right. Keep them coming, Packers fans. We got Brewers talk coming up past the top of the hour as well. But we'll take our final break and continue our green and gold talk. Interesting nugget here about the Parsons trade from Mike Silver that I want to throw back at you guys. All right. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Got a take on today's topics but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
You know, when it comes to your home, nothing changes the look and feel quite like new flooring. And I could tell you from experience, when I needed quality, service, and a team I could trust, I went to Carpet City Flooring Center right here in Eau Claire. They've got it all: carpet, luxury vinyl planks, tile, you name it. And it's not just about the huge selection, it's the way their team takes the time to listen to help you find the perfect fit for your style, your needs, and yes, your budget. From the moment you walk in, you feel at ease. And when it's time for installation, their professionals handle it with care, precision, and respect for your home. If you've been thinking about updating your floors, now's the time. Stop into Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and see for yourself why they're the place people trust for flooring done right. They're located at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire, and you can always check out their website at carpetcitywi.com. Carpet City Flooring Center. They'll floor you with service, selection, and savings.
Unlock the power of local connection with Citizens Connected. Enjoy a bigger network, faster speeds, and stronger Wi-Fi. Sign up today and get your first bill on them. With speeds up to 2 gigs, experience fiber-fast internet and local support that's always there when you need it. Whether you're streaming, working, or gaming, you'll experience the speed you need. Citizens Connected, where community meets connectivity. Visit citizens-connected.com to check your address and start your journey to better internet now.
Save big money in your next painting project right now at Menards. Give your room a grand finish with Pittsburgh Grand Distinction Interior Paint. It's a premium paint and primer with a tough, resilient finish that's scrubbable and stain resistant. Save big today on Pittsburgh Paint, in store and on Menards.com. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer to find all of our other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Progressive's Teen Driver Discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver Discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
It's the morning show that celebrates our love and passion for sports. It's the Dan Kasper.
James in sole possession of first place with 14 correct total picks so far in week one. We got one more game tonight. If you haven't made that selection, you better head to our website, sportstalk1051.com, and make your pick. And then while you're there, might as well do week 2 picks over there too. So don't forget, you got the Survivor Pick'em League going on as well. So again, just go to sportstalk1051.com, click on that Fan Cave tab, and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see where those selections are. Just got a few minutes left to the top of the hour here. So Mike Silver, who has covered the NFL for years, NFL Network, Yahoo. I mean, he's with The Athletic right now. But he was in Green Bay for the last couple days and covering the game yesterday. And he's got a new piece out that was just released through The Athletic. And I was scanning through it this morning, and I thought this was an interesting little nugget about the Micah Parsons trade. So I'll just read a little bit here. At a board of directors meeting in early August with Parsons and the Cowboys at a standoff in negotiations on a contract extension, the prospect of trying to trade for the fifth-year edge rusher was discussed. Ed Policy, according to multiple witnesses, was emphatically in favor of the move, viewing it in terms of, if not now, when. The case was further bolstered when Executive Vice President, Director of Football Operations Russ Ball assured board members that the franchise could afford to meet Parsons' contract demands. Quote, "It was clear that this is a new era," said one Packers front office official. There had been moves that weren't made in the past, like trying to trade for Khalil Mack in 2018. Mark Murphy wanted to do it, but the board was against it, and he didn't want to force it on them. This time, there was talk about not taking the fans for granted, even though we all have those years of sellouts and a long waiting list. It was a really good discussion. I thought that was kind of interesting. And then goes on to say, on August 25th, 2 days after the Packers' final preseason game, Goody walked into LaFleur's office and asked how the coach felt about a possible trade for Parsons. The two men had some rocky moments early in their respective tenures, largely centered around Rodgers and the selection of Jordan Love in the first round of the draft. But their working relationship appears to be in a healthy place. All right. Another little cool nugget there. But go back to that Khalil Mack one. The board in 2018, according to this piece, was against acquiring Khalil Mack. And Mark Murphy didn't want to force it on the board. And this quote, too, was from this Packers front office official. This time there was talk about not taking the fans for granted, even though we have all those years of sellouts and a long waiting list. There you go. Fans, you should probably feel a little bit more happy to hear that. Maybe a little annoyed that or upset that it was like that if we take it for what it's worth. Like, I ought to. C-Bomb says LaFleur needs to run up to the front office and tell them to get season tickets out of all the ticket event companies' hands with 60,000 on. C-Bomb, there must be like multiple texts because then there's like ... I don't know if they're not all coming through or what. So, E.C. Ryan says his first pass rush attempt was the loudest I've heard. He was the last announced defense player to come out of the tunnel. Yeah, I saw that. It was rocking, and honestly, it was probably almost like a 1-to-5 ratio for fans. Well, hopefully that'll change. We won't see it till next year, but give Detroit you got to give Lions fans credit too for making the pilgrimage over to Lambeau Field the last couple of years. They've really packed that house. It's annoyed me as a Packers fan. I'm sure it's annoyed a lot of Packers fans, but you gotta kind of tip your cap to them a little bit, don't you? So, Rick says the Lions are a really good football team. To get that type of win on opening day is so impressive. The fact that the Packers could do all this with Parsons and have Love's injured thumb game plan perfectly. Coaching matters. All right, keep your thoughts coming. With the Pack, text us 715-830-1912. We'll get back to more Packers talk throughout the morning. I do want to talk some Brewers coming up next hour. The Brewers, not to be, outdone by the Packers. They swept the Pirates over the weekend. And Mizorowski was pretty darn impressive, going over 100 pitches yesterday. I want to talk a little bit about him and this tough decision that the Brewers have in front of them now. Well, it was tough, and now it's going to be a little bit tougher with Rhys Hoskins. His rehab deadline is tomorrow. But the way Jake Bowers has been hitting, the way now Andrew Vaughn has been hitting again, it's a tough decision here for Pat Murphy, Matt Arnold, and this Brewers team where the magic number has shrunk, and we could be talking about clinching at least a postseason spot in just a couple days. Yeah, just a couple days here. So I want to talk some Brewers. We got some Badger talk coming up here as well, plus local sports roundup coming up in the 9 o'clock hour when Justice Cleveland from Sports Seed 13 will be joining us. Got Stout footballs, Blue Gold football, picking up wins. Week 3 of the high school football season in the books. So Justice will recap it and preview what's coming up next, all in our local sports roundup coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. One in. Got a couple more to go here. Got some news updates, and we'll be back to kick off the second hour after these quick words.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. We start with headlines that keep us close to our area as we plug back into a new week. And a 47-year-old man from Cadott now has a 4th OWI. We're headed to Chippewa County, where the Sheriff's Department responded to a 2-vehicle crash on 250th Street at County Road O yesterday. And during the investigation, observed that the driver, 47-year-old Mark Dominguez from Cadott, showed signs of impairment. He was eventually arrested for operating while under the influence. 4th offense, causing injury. Details online with that press release. You can find those at 715newsroom.com. In headlines that stretch the state a bit, authorities investigate after a pedestrian was struck and killed Saturday in Wapaka County. Reports say that the driver of an SUV hit someone who was walking on the road on County Highway Q. The victim died at the scene. The investigation continues. Well, a cheese manufacturer in the Dairyland hangs it up. A spokesperson says 240 Sapato cheese employees will be out of a job in Green Bay starting November. The cheese manufacturing plant is officially closing in December. Officials say employees were offered retention and severance options as the company consolidates and modernizes operations. And if you put your hand out in front of you and try to separate your fingers in that Spock kind of way, that's Star Trek, not Star Wars. Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm just trying to break it down and make it simple for Star Trekkies out there.
Today is a day to flash the Vulcan sign. That is, if you can. There's a large number of people who can't because it requires specific manual dexterity to separate hand muscles to form a V pattern. Even some actors on the show couldn't do it. Actor Zachary Quinto used superglue to hold his fingers in position. So today, live long and prosper and flash that Vulcan salute as a nod to its creator, Leonard Nimoy. That is, if you can. I'm Bree Tennis.
You know, Casper's in a good mood. Who isn't after that Packers win? They opened the season 27-13. Of course, to be chatting about that today. Here's what Jordan Love had to say.
The big goal for us was to be able to come in here and start the season off fast and start the season on the right note. So to come in here week 1 at home and get a dominant win like that is amazing and exactly what we've been working for. So feels great.
And that was my only goal for getting back to work on a Monday, too.
The big goal for us was to be able to come in here.
But then once I came through the door, Casper gave me a bunch of attitude. So now I'm using
superglue to hold his fingers in position.
You know what finger. For Sports Talk 105.1, I'm Morgan McCarthy.
Clear skies have allowed temperatures to tumble down into the upper 30s and low 40s across much of the area. So quite a cold start. Don't forget the jacket heading out the door. A few areas can't rule out some patchy fog, but that will burn off as the morning goes on. Temperatures today warming up quite nicely, still slightly below average in the low to mid 70s with partly cloudy skies. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
From the first whistle to the final buzzer, from the locker room to the deer stand, it's sports Wisconsin style. This is the Dan Kasper Show, your home for hard-hitting takes, in-depth conversations, and some fun along the way.
Second hour kicking off right now on this Victory Monday. Got a lot of Packers fans pumped up right now. Surveyor Sam saying that was complete domination from start to finish for the Pack. Just having the presence of Micah on the line makes the other offense completely change what they are doing. This is going to be a fun year. That's all I'm going to say. James on our YouTube stream says, as odd as it sounds, I was most impressed with Parsons' post-game comments. It sounds like he's embracing the role as mentor and leader. I think that leadership has been missing on the team. Pack fan Iowa says, go Pack, go. We'll definitely get back to some more Packers talk, but I want to ask you right now, Packers fans, if you had to hand out just one, it's going to be hard. Okay, it's going to be definitely hard to do this. But if you had to hand out one game ball, who you handing that game ball to? Just one. I had to limit it to just one because I want to put you to the test here. Because we can make a case for a lot of them. Probably more maybe on the defensive side and such. But if you had to hand one, who are you giving it to? Okay? Text me, comment on the video streams with your picks. Like I mentioned, we'll get back to some more Packers talk coming up here. We've got a little local sports roundup coming up in the 9 o'clock hour with JC and the EC, Sports Scene 13. We'll do some Badger football chat as well. But not to be outdone this weekend, the Brewers sweeping the Pirates. And it was capitalized yesterday by Jacob Mizorowski's performance. But before we get to that, let's go back to Friday, where the Brewers picked up a 5-2 win over the Pirates. Quinn Priester picking up his 12th win to improve to 12-2 on the season. He went 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 strikeouts for him. Another fantastic performance in the Brewers, continuing that streak of wins whenever he starts a game. Man, Quinn Priester. I know we've talked about him off and on and just where would this team be and such, but Quinn Priester, dudes and dudettes, just how awesome and how big of a surprise has this guy been for this ball club this year? I mean, so super impressive. Super impressive. 10 total hits for the Brewers back on Friday night to put up those 5 runs. You had a couple hits from Terang in the leadoff spots. You had Contreras adding a couple hits, and Bowers, who we're going to be talking about here in just a little bit, he also collected a couple hits, hitting in that DH spot. We were supposed to see Yelich. That was kind of the hope to see him this weekend series, but didn't. And I think a lot of it just because the Brewers were winning and they were getting contributions from guys like Bowers and that. But the Brewers picking up that 5-2 victory and taking advantage of some errors from the Pirates. The Pirates had 3 total errors in that game, but then followed up with a 4-1 victory on Saturday. Brandon Woodruff picking up his 6th win to improve to 6-2, and Woody went 6 innings, giving up just 2 hits, no walks, 8 Ks. A solid, impressive performance from Brandon Woodruff. And you go back a couple other starts. I mean, Freddie, Priester, Woodruff. If those are, in fact, the 3 starters when the postseason starts, they continue to pitch like this. How are you not excited? How are you not confident going into that series? Whatever series it may be. Bowers picked up a home run in this game. He collected a couple more hits. Chirio had a home run in this one for his 19th on the season. 8 total hits for the Brewers. 4 runs that scored, and it was enough. Aaron Ashby picking up his 3rd save of the season. And then yesterday, it was getting talked up with 2 young flamethrowers going at each other. Mizorowski and Bubba Chandler for the Pirates. But it was Miz's day. Brewers went after Chandler right away, putting up 4 runs in the top of the 1st inning. In fact, the Brewers, of their 10 total runs, 9 through 3. And the Miz, little control issues, couple walks there in the 1st inning. Is like, oh, maybe be lucky to hit 5 innings with Mizorowski. Mizorowski went 7 innings. And the Brewers went out there and allowed him to throw over 100 pitches, 108 total pitches for Jacob Mizorowski yesterday. That, to me, Because, I mean, ever since The Miz has been up, we've talked about outside of his fastball and just how powerful he is. It's like, how are the Brewers? And the Brewers have told us this too. Pat Murphy has told us this too. Matt Arnold has told us this. How do we manage the amount of pitches? How do we manage the innings? We got to be careful with him. You know, we want him available for the postseason, but how do we manage this? You know, because he hasn't gone over 100 innings or 200 innings or 150 innings throughout any point in his career. Kind of have to manage this. And then what do they do on September 7th? Guy goes 7 innings with over 100 pitches. That was impressive. I did not think we would see Mizrowski at all pitch over 100 innings this year, or 100, I keep saying innings, 100 pitches at all this year. And he did that. He settled down nicely after that first inning. Final line was 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 8 Ks, 1 earned run. Payamps comes in, and then Yoho closes it down with 2 Ks in the 9th inning. Turang getting a couple hits. Vaughn collecting 4 hits in this game. Bowers collecting a couple of hits again, playing right field in this one. I mean, you looked at that outfield, and it was, again, a lineup that you're probably thinking, no Frelick, no Cheerio, no Yelich. Contreras is hitting in a DH spot. All the Brewers did was put up 9 flipping runs in the first 3 innings. That's all. I mean, how many times have we talked about this, or how many times have others have said, you know, going into that final game of the series, and we get it, we understand it a lot. Every team does this. It's like, okay, we're going to give, you know, maybe a rest to some of our regulars. Maybe it's not the greatest offensive lineup out there, and all the Brewers did was put up 9 through the first 3. If you'd have told me again, your lineup had Bowers playing right field, no Frelick, Blake Perkins playing in center field. So at least you had him roam in center. Collins has done a nice job in left field. Contreras hitting the DH, so that means Jansen's catching. Been like not 10 total and 9 through the first 3. What are you on? But 14 total hits for this squad yesterday. You know, if I asked, you know, who gets the game ball from the Brewers this past weekend, I'll tell you, I mean, you could go Bowers, because Bowers is on a heater right now. I want to talk more about him and Vaughn and the decision that the Brewers have to make here in just a little bit with Hoskins coming up. You could easily go with him. I'm going to give my game ball to the Miz. Because, again, for what we were saying about Mizrowski, you look at his previous starts, and you look at his pitch counts, and you kind of like, you know, because what was the talk? Is he going to be better suited coming out of the pen when it gets to the postseason? And that still may be the case. But you look back at August, you know, that game against Cincinnati, inning and a third. Against the Cubs, 4 innings. Arizona back on the 26th, 10 Ks, 5 innings. Against Philadelphia, 4 1/3. Yesterday, 7 innings, 108. Now, that's probably never going to happen. I mean, I don't want fans to expect that to be like, okay, now that he's done that, that's the expectation, that's the line. No, that's not going to happen every single time. That was rare to see. But the point that I'm trying to get across here is that you look at what he was doing lately and racking up those pitch counts, and for everything that the Brewers were saying to us and what we expected, trying to preserve the arm, trying to, you know, not kind of push the envelope too much, having the future in mind. I was really surprised that they went out there and let him go over 100 pitches. That's what surprised me the most. So, all right. A couple more texts here. I'm not sure what, Dave, I'm not sure what you mean by not game, but team. So maybe give me a little bit more context. Noah Noah from Bloomer. My game ball goes to Jeff Halfley for calling an absolute masterclass of a defensive game. Unreal. If he keeps this up, he will be a head coach somewhere next year. Unfortunately, I think that is going to be the case, Noah. Even before the game yesterday, there was a report. Was it from? I'll have to double check, but there was a report that teams were already kind of like doing their homework on Jeff Halfley, like teams that may be looking for new head coaches next year, that they were already kind of doing more. And remember, he did interview with the Jets last year. I think that was his only one. But yeah, there was one of those, pregame reports that these insiders can hold on to before game start. But yeah, there's already teams doing homework, and I agree with you, Noah. If this continues, he's going to be a hot name. I just hope he's not a very good interviewer and that he stays as defensive coordinator right now for Green Bay. All right, let's take a quick break. More Brewers talk, though. Let's talk about the decision at hand for the Brewers. How would you handle this if you're Pat Murphy and Matt Arnold? You got a tough decision to make here. Andrew Vaughn, Jake Bowers, Rhys Hoskins is ready to be called back up. The deadline for his rehab assignment is coming up tomorrow. How do you handle this? What do you do? Vaughn and Hoskins are essentially kind of the same, first base, going up against pitching situations. Bauer's a left-handed bat, but, he's been hitting it pretty darn well here as of late too. So how do you handle this? What do you do? How do you split up that game time? Maybe it makes it a little bit easier if Yelich is going through a back thing and you give him a little bit more time off in that, but you still want Yelich's bat if he's ready to go. And again, that's a left-handed bat too. So how do you do this? How good has Bowers and Vaughn been, though, too, as of late? Well, we'll tell you. First off, we got to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more Brewers talk. But send me your game balls for the Brewers and for the Packers. All right? I'm looking for game ball picks. Got to just pick one. Got to pick one.
You're listening to the Dan Kasper Show.
This update is sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Play Brewers Baseball Bingo presented by U.S. Cellular for the chance to win prizes all season long. Download the MLB Ballpark app from the App Store or Google Play to get in on the action. Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org. Insured by NCUA.
A lot of folks around here are breathing easier because of Grace Home Respiratory. They appreciate that Grace Home Respiratory is a local company that puts customer service first. They appreciate that Grace Home Respiratory provides an array of medical equipment, services, and supplies to help their recovery and enhance their quality of life. They appreciate that Grace Home Respiratory has the experience and qualifications that exceed their expectations. So when you need home medical equipment and services, turn to Grace Home Respiratory not only for the equipment you need, but for their dedicated staff of respiratory therapists who are on call 24 hours a day. To find out more, call Grace Home Respiratory at 715-832-7377 or online at ghr-ec.com.
Grace Home Respiratory always has your health and safety as their top priority. Your expert when it comes to medical equipment and supplies. Choose Grace Home Respiratory.
When pain or injury slows you down, the team at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine is here to help you get moving again. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and sports injuries, they offer advanced care tailored to your needs. Their experienced doctors and therapists work with you every step of the way, from diagnosis to recovery, so you can get back to doing what you love to do. Convenient, compassionate, and focused on results, they're the experts in keeping you active. Get started today by visiting cvosm.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Where we honor and celebrate the Wisconsin sports culture. It's the Scunny Sportsman. Check it out now at sportstalk1051.com.
Looking to save some money on your grocery bill? Then you need to head to our good friends at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire and save money with the grocery bill. But you can also save some money at the gas pump too with their fuel perks over there. So it's a 2-for-1, right? So whether you're looking for something in the bakery, whether you're looking for something in the meat department or the produce and such, they've got the best deals in town, best selection. And don't forget, they've got like sales, 1-day sales, 3-day sales going on every so often. So you want to make sure you follow their Facebook page. All right. You want to make sure that they follow their Facebook page because you want to know what's coming up, right? For a deal and such, especially when it's like the frozen pizzas, like the lots of monsters, if you want to load up on those. So, or if you want to grab some Man Cave Light from the wine and spirits department over there, maybe some Dan Good Burgers from the meat department. Hy-Vee's got it all, man. So check them out today. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. We've got Dave says game ball goes to Goody. He changed the makeup and tenacity of this team with one decision last week. And what we saw yesterday will be his milestone mark on the franchise. Aaron says game ball needs to go to Jerry Jones. Heck of a job he did yesterday. Keep those coming. Keep them coming. I'll make my pick coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. So, continuing our Brewers talk, though, and I'm looking for a Brewers game ball, too, from the weekend. If you want to pick Bowers, I would not argue with that. That would be a really good pick over there. But speaking of Bowers, it's almost decision time coming up here for the Brew Crew. As we know, Rhys Hoskins, his rehab assignment ends on the 9th. That's tomorrow. So what do you do with Rhys Hoskins? I would imagine he's going to be on the team, but you only got a couple spots, maybe one spot when Yelich is back to play all these guys. And Vaughn and Bowers are making the decision a little bit more difficult here for Pat Murphy, Matt Arnold, and the Brewers. Jake Bowers, in his last 7 games, .389 average, slugging .611, an on-base percentage of a .450. He's got 7 hits. He's scored 6 runs, 6 RBIs. Couple walks on there, too. He can be a patient hitter at times. And Andrew Vaughn, when he first joined the ball club, on that insane hot streak, right? Quieted down here as of late, but now he's on a roll again. In his last 7 games, he is hitting .360 and slugging .480. And so far, and if you want to expand it, his last 30 games, .268, 3 home runs, 17 RBIs. And now we've got the veteran Rhys Hoskins. How is this all going to work out? I feel like we talk a lot about this in different positions almost every single year or in spring training or something like that, right? Especially like when it's the outfielders. It's like, was that a couple years ago, I think, when we had Joey Weimer, Sal Frelick, Garrett Mitchell, Christian Yelich, Jackson Cherio, and, it's like, it's Blake Perkins. I mean, it's like, how's this all going to work? It just tends to. It kind of tends to. Maybe it was like starting pitchers at first, like, oh, man, who's going to work out injuries? Feel like more times than not, it has its way of working out. Now, I don't know if an injury is going to happen. We can't predict that. We can't predict whether an injury is going to happen to one of these guys. That'll make the decision a little bit easier and such. But, I mean, let's not factor that into it. Let's assume that Vaughn and Bowers are healthy and still, ready to go and ready to play. It makes the decision a little bit harder in what the Brewers should be doing with this decision. Again, I think Rhys Hoskins is going to be on this team. Like, they're going to call him up on that. It's just now you have to figure out playing time. You have to figure out playing time. Who's going to get the opportunities, the ABs, the at-bats, right? I'm glad I don't have to make the decision right now. Now, I want Rhys Hoskins on the team, especially when it gets to the postseason. I want that veteran presence. I want that guy who's been there with his time with the with the Phillies and such. And Adam McCalvey actually a couple days ago answered this fan question about Rhys Hoskins. As he said, Hoskins must be reinstated from his rehab assignment or returned to the injured list by Tuesday. And his fit on the current Brewers roster is, quote, a topic that's hot right now, Pat Murphy said. And as McCalvey noted, the issue is this. Hoskins and Vaughn are so similar. Right-handed bat hitters, first baseman, limited to that spot. The Brewers see value in Bauer's left-handed bat and think that could play in the postseason. And say whatever you want about Siegler, but he offers infield coverage. So how do the pieces all fit? The Siegler one, I understand the infield coverage part of it, but at the same time, you do have Monasterio still in the roster that can provide you some infield coverage. He's played third. He's played short. He could play second. Hell, even Isaac Collins has experience playing in the infield if it gets that bad, if it gets that desperate. So I understand that versatility aspect of it. I don't necessarily buy it 100%. I ultimately feel like the move is going to be that Siegler's going to be sent back down. I'm a little surprised he's still on the ball club at this point, but that he's going to be sent down, and then Hoskins will be called up. But then the issue is just going to be trying to find enough ABs. Because if Hoskins is on the team and on the big league roster, they're going to want to try to get him as many at-bats as possible. Now, could we see maybe more Christian Yelich playing outfield? I don't know anymore because of this back issue. Maybe they don't want him out there as much anymore. I mean, he was getting some opportunities and he looked good in that, but maybe they won't anymore. Because if they put him in the outfield, maybe then you can have a Hoskins or a Vaughn just be your DH for a game here. Ultimately, they'll figure out a plan. May not make everybody happy, but it's going to be the plan that they're going to run with. I just like the fact that we're talking about a good problem right now. We're talking about some depth. We're talking about options that this team has. We're not talking about, man, what are they going to do for this spot? They've got literally nobody. They're not kicking the tires on somebody who's a free agent and available out there and hoping they can just get something from him, i.e. Donaldson from a couple years ago over at third base. I don't want to be in that situation. I want to be in, if I had to pick, I want to be in a situation right now that they're in where they've got too many maybe options there. Are they the greatest options? Are they the best options? Probably not. They're not like, it's not like they're picking from two all-stars or two all-time greats, but they're options. And they're decent options right now. And I think you just have to go with whoever's got the hot hand. I think that's who you got to go with in terms of who you're going to play, maybe on a more consistent basis. And right now, It's Vaughn. And you got to give a little credit to Bauer for the way he's hitting right now. Because the guy is hitting incredibly well. But it's going to be decision time coming up here. I don't know if somebody's going to be magically put on the injured list. We've seen that at times with a little, maybe bruise or something like that. And then they can kind of, answer the question that way. But I fully expect Rhys Hoskins is going to be on the ball club this week. It's just now it's going to be up to Pat Murphy to figure that out, how that's all going to work out. Maybe a little stressful on the manager to try to figure out ABs, at-bats for everybody. I mean, it's like a youth sports coach. How do I get everybody equal playing time here? But I think you roll with whoever's got the hot bat at this point in time. It's just my opinion. That's how I feel like it should go. Magic number right now for the Brewers. We're getting closer and closer and closer. The magic number for the Brewers to just clinch a postseason spot, just a wild card spot, just clinch a spot, is only 3 games. We want more, though. Brewers want more than that. So, what's the magic number for the NL Central? 12. Remember it. That is a combination of Brewers wins and Cubs losses right now. So it's 12. How about the top seed in both the National League and the top seed in Major League Baseball overall? Why does it matter in Major League Baseball? You want home field if you get to the World Series. 13. 3, 12, 13. Those are the 3 magic numbers to be paying attention to. There is a very, very good chance that the Brewers will clinch at least a postseason spot this week. Very good chance that could happen. And think about this. If you are wondering about could they get 100 wins? Well, you look at where they're at right now. They're 89 and 55. 89 and 55. They just got to win 11 more games to get to that point. They just got to go 11 and 7. 11 and 7. That's what? 4 games above 500? 18 more games left to go in this thing, and they just got to win 11 out of 18 to get to 100. If that's a benchmark that you'd like to see. I mean, it'd be kind of cool, right? See the Brewers get to 100 wins because it's never happened before. But it's possible. And it starts tonight with the Texas Rangers. Let's preview that game, all right? We've got Jose Quintana on the mound for the Crew. He's coming off of a nice performance in his latest start. Can the Brewers go down to Texas, maybe collect a couple more wins, and increase that division lead, which right now, thank you, Nationals, for the job that you did against the Cubs. The Brewers hold a 7.5 game lead over the Cubs for first place in the division. And with a win tonight, the Brewers will be the first team to 90 wins in all of Major League Baseball. There is a chance that the Brewers, okay, I never would have thought this would be possible. There is a chance the Brewers could hit 90 wins before the Dodgers hit 80 wins. Dodgers are sitting at 79. They play the Rockies, but there is a chance that the Brewers could hit 90 wins before the Dodgers hit 80 wins. Nobody had that on their bingo card. Nobody. Let's take a quick break, and we'll talk about the matchup for tonight. Game 1 of this series with the Rangers. Quintana on the mound. We'll hit it up after these quick words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
When my vehicle needs work, there's only one place I trust, and that's AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. From oil changes and brake jobs to engine repairs, the team at AJM Automotive does it all. Plus, they even do small engine work, so if you have an issue with your lawnmower, they can take care of that as well. They're honest, upfront, and treat you like a neighbor, not just another ticket. So if you want dependable work at a fair price, take it to AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Just give them a call today at 715-835-9523.
Service Master of Chippewa Valley is your local expert when it comes to fire and water damage, carpet and air duct cleaning, mold remediation, and trauma. They're when you need them 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Trust comes in the yellow truck. Learn more at ServiceMasterChippewaValley.com.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Early bird special only $49.99 guaranteed. Hypnosis designed to work without anxiety, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special only $49.99. Become a non-smoker. That's right. Seminar Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Stop smoking seminars at 2 p.m. Weight loss seminar at 11 a.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Stock up and save on the toughest filters in the business during Wix Filters sale days at your local Auto Value Parts store. Not only will you get the best deal of the season on our very best filters, but you'll also find deep discounts on oil, fluids, grease, batteries, and more. Upgrade your filters during Wix Filters sale days at your local Auto Value Parts store. See store for official sale dates. Auto Value. We've got the parts. We've got the smarts.
This update sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Be first in line for 2026 Brewers season tickets available now. Secure the best seats in the house at the best rates of the season and get a 2025 regular season Brewers game free. Plus, full or half season plans of 2 or more seats get a custom Brewers starter jacket. Learn more at brewers.com/season tickets. Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org. Insured by NCUA.
Right now through October 31st, take advantage of the Can-Am factory sales on select 2025 Can-Am side-by-side or ATV vehicles. Conditions apply. Visit your local Can-Am dealer for details.
Good morning. It's time to take a look at some farm news on Sports Talk 105.1. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources is reminding hunters to get ready for the hunting seasons. Black bear without dogs started this last week. Black bear with dogs starts this Wednesday, and then the deer bow season starts on Saturday. The state's busiest hunting season will then approach, and that's the rifle season. The DNR is stressing following the 4 key firearm safety rules. TABK. T is treat every firearm as if it's loaded. A, always keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. B, be certain of your target and what lies beyond. And K, keep your finger off the trigger until ready to shoot. Additionally, anyone born on or after January 1st of 1973 must complete hunter education to purchase a license unless you're participating under the mentored hunting law. National Farm Safety and Health Week is coming up in a few weeks, September 21st through the 27th. The week has been formally recognized since 1944, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt first issued a proclamation during World War II. In Wisconsin, the reminder is especially urgent, with 25 to 40 farm-related fatalities reported every year. Tips to being safe this year are prevent tractor rollovers by taking your time and watching your turns. Improve visibility on the roads. Using magnetic lights, slow-moving vehicle signs, or portable lighting systems are important. Pre-harvest walkarounds, inspecting your equipment before use, like ladders, shields, and fire extinguishers. Train your operators, especially the new or young workers. Hands-on walkthroughs to show proper safety and protect our children on the farm. Teach them about what could happen, and if you know that there are children around, just slow down. And speaking of the harvest season, some crops are already off, and the big ones are still yet to come, soybeans and corn. And to keep everyone safer, a reminder is that it is illegal to pass in a no-passing zone here in Wisconsin. That's a look at some of your farm news on Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Kristen Smith.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Mark your calendar for Sunday, September 21st. We're going to do a little Packtober Fest. Packtober Tailgate Fest at our good friends, the VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Tailgate party and an Oktoberfest party in one. Fun starts at 9 a.m. First 35 people to stop by. You're going to get a free Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Plus, VFW Post 305 is going to have their breakfast buffet going on. Kickoffs at 12, and we're going to do a special Green Bay tailgate show broadcasting at 10 a.m. from 10 to 11. So it's our first Packtoberfest. Plus, we'll have giveaways and contests and such. So put it on your calendars. Put it in your phones. Sunday, September 21st, our Packtoberfest at VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. A couple texts here. We've got Mark says, Murph in the front office have managed the Brewers roster terrific all year and will make the right decision on the Hoskins move. I'm not a huge Hoskins fan, but a good experienced bat to have on the bench, if nothing else. They can make room. Yeah, I would agree. I think at this point in time, we're probably putting a lot of trust and faith and confidence into Pat Murphy and Matt Arnold, and why wouldn't we? I mean, they've pushed more buttons right this year than we could probably count. Those two are 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times smarter than me and probably a lot of us. I won't say everybody. Mark's smarter than me in baseball. But I've got the full confidence in their decision. I've got the full confidence that they're going to, make the right one. And they won't know if it's the right one at that time. They got to make that decision, and we'll see if it ends up playing out when it's all said and done. Tonight's game 1 between the Brewers and the Rangers. Got a little interleague action coming at you. Jose Quintana looking for his 12th win for the Brewers. 11-5 so far this year with that 3.72 ERA. And as what you could probably expect, not a ton of experience going up between these two staffs or these two pitchers going up against these two lineups. Got a little bit of experience with Quintana. I mean, Rowdy Tellez really has the most experience, 8 at-bats, but he's a big old offer for Quintana. And really everybody else on here is not that great against Quintana, but not the biggest sample size with this. But Quintana's coming off of that really solid game against Philadelphia. Back in the third when he picked up his 11th win on the season. He went 6 1/3, 3 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, and 7 hits. So you talk about this pitching staff. I mean, we were talking a little bit about Quinn Priester. Jose Quintana, in my opinion, has exceeded the expectations I had for him this year. I thought back-end veteran starter, maybe kind of hovering around 500, maybe a couple games above 500. He has exceeded my expectations so far. I mean, ERA-wise, I think you look at his career ERA, and that's pretty much what he's been. He's a career 3.74, and this year he's a 3.72. But he has still, I think, exceeded anything that I kind of had preconceived notions about him entering this season. He's been a nice veteran presence on this staff. There's no question about it. And you just hope that, all right, piggyback off that good start against Philadelphia. Not going to be the biggest strikeout number. That's why 6 strikeouts against Philadelphia, I think, was kind of like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, here we go. He's done it a couple times this season. The most he's had in a game was Atlanta when he had 7 strikeouts back on August 6th. Couple other 6 strikeout games, but you're usually looking anywhere between like 2 and 4 strikeouts a game for Jose Quintana. On the other side, you've got Jacob Latz going for the Rangers. He has appeared in 28 games, has started just 5. He's only pitched a little over 68 innings this year, but he's 1-0 with a 3.15 ERA. Now, he's coming off of performance against the Diamondbacks, a no decision, where he went 5 1/3 and gave up 2 earned runs and 5 hits. If you look at August, the 2 games there, both no decisions. One of them he started. That was the game against the Angels, where he went 4 1/3 at 2 earned runs, 1 home run. The 20th against Kansas City, he went 3 1/3, gave up just 1 hit in that contest. Looking at some of the other numbers here from Latz, I mean, he's kind of split some time between starting games. I mean, he only started 1 game in the month of July. The other ones, the one game he started in July, he went 5 innings, picked up the actually it was a no decision there, but he went 5 innings against Detroit, 6 hits, just 1 earned run. I mean, numbers wise, he's been pretty darn solid when you kind of look at it. I mean, July, the most runs he gave up in a single game was just 2 earned runs in a single game. Even back in June, the most he's gave up was 2 earned runs, and that was a start against Baltimore where he went 6 innings. So you got to go back to May, 4 earned runs in a game against Seattle, and that was just an inning or 1 2/3 of an inning. So I mean, Jacob Latz, you kind of look at some of the numbers, and not bad numbers overall. Not a ton of starting experience, but when he's gone out there, he hasn't really given up too much in terms of the earned run department. So we'll see if the offense can maybe give Jose Quintana a little early run support and maybe put up a crooked number early in this game and get the 90th win of the season for the Crew. We'll see if Christian Yelich is going to be in the lineup today. I know, was it yesterday? Well, the whole series, he wasn't in against Pittsburgh, and that was kind of the hope that he'd be back in that lineup. But it seems like he's getting close. I think if he's not in this lineup here, if he doesn't make an appearance in this series overall against Texas, maybe they're just being a little bit cautious because they're racking up the wins because of the performance from Bowers, another left-handed at bat, and he's hitting well, so maybe they could afford to be a little bit more patient with Yelich. Maybe don't read too much into it if Yelich isn't in the lineup today or maybe even tomorrow. They may just be like, okay, Bowers is hitting well. He's a left-handed bat. Let's give it a little bit more, give you a little bit more rest, because we want to make sure that you are ready for the postseason, that you are ready to go when it's October, because there's no question about it. For the Brewers to make a deep run in the postseason, they need Yelich to be hitting like he's been hitting for the most part of this season. So Quintana gets a start tonight for the Brewers. If you're looking ahead to the rest of the series, right now the Brewers have it listed as a little TBD for Tuesday, and then Freddie Peralta is going to get the start on a slate to get start on Wednesday. Then an off day coming up on Thursday, the 11th. So before returning home to take on the Cardinals, but just 18 more games. 18 more games here for the Brewers. What's your prediction for these final 18? Do you think they get to 100 wins? Do you think they're going to go 11-7? Do you think they're going to hit that mark? If you're kind of wondering, well, who do they play? What's the rest of their schedule look like coming up here? Well, you got Rangers for 3. Then you've got this series with the Cardinals coming up this weekend for 3 games at home. Then you got 3 games against the Angels at home. Then you hit the road against the Cardinals for 3 games. Then the 3 games against the Padres, and then you wrap up your home series or your regular season at home with the Reds. There are 11 wins in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more series to go. Yeah, 6 more 3-game series to go. That's what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You'd have to win at least 5 of your series to get 10, and then just maybe get 1 win out of one of their 3. So you'd have to win 5 of your 6 series, but get 1 win in another, at least 1 win in another series, or sweep a series and get swept in another one. We all know how the math works. NB Dave says, my Packer game ball goes to the new Minister of Defense, for there's a new preacher in town, and that's the gospel according to Micah. He had the whole team riding a high. There you go. Continue to send me your picks for your game ball. I'm going to hold you to one because it's hard. It's very hard to just pick one winner, one game ball for that Packers game yesterday. It is very hard to only do one. So that's why I'm holding it to just one. Honestly, if Matt LaFleur wanted to hand out double-digit 10 or more balls, he probably could have yesterday. I don't know who he all gave it to. I saw the little cut-up that they did, and he was holding on to one. Not sure who he handed it to. I might have missed it. But if he only had to give one to somebody, who is it? We'll take our final break for the second hour. Don't forget, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Fill in the blanks. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. Best ones I'll read on the air. All right, we'll be back after these quick words.
Got a take on today's topics but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
Grant here for Kai's Chevytown, just a minute off of Interstate 94, exit 41 on the north side of Menominee, a short drive from anywhere. They've been helping folks with their vehicles for 3 generations. I bought my Malibu from them about a year ago now. It was last September. We've been getting our cars serviced at Kai's for as long as I can remember. I only have outstanding things to say about the folks on their sales team, their service department, in their finance department. 10 out of 10 across the board. If you've been thinking about getting a new ride for a while, I know it's something that we typically think about for a bit. It's a big purchase, right? A lot of thought goes into it. Well, now might be the time. If you've been thinking about getting an EV, you can get over $7,000 in federal tax credit plus a 0% APR for 60 months through the end of this month. So if you've been thinking EV, September is for you. Definitely give them a call and ask more. It's also truck month. You can get a 2025 Chevy Silverado with up to $4,500 in BY's savings from Kai's, plus an APR of 2.9% for 72 months. That goes through the end of the month as well. Shop all their deals and start the buying process online at ChevyTownUSA.com. Be wise. See Kai's for the best buys.
At ProSice of Eau Claire, their team knows how to balance work and play. Whether it's wetting a line, or perfecting a duck call, or revving the engine on the open road. Doing what one loves to do is an important part of the ProSice Life First work-life balance philosophy. ProSice is on the hunt for skilled welders and machinists who crave variety and challenge. If you are an experienced welder or machinist or have training in these fields, ProSice encourages you to apply. Go to pro-sice.com/careers and get all the information you need to start a new path. ProSice provides customized solutions for customers as the job is never ordinary. Leave repetition in the rear view. Each day at ProSice brings a new blueprint and fresh challenges, keeping your workday as exciting as your favorite hobbies. Machinists and welders should apply now at pro-sice.com/careers. ProSice, putting life first in work-life balance. Go to pro-sice.com/careers to apply. ProSice is an equal opportunity employer.
Plug in the powerful savings and rough electrical products at Menards. Zero Wire is American commercial applications. Save time with Menards' convenient pre-cut lengths of wire and cable home today. Hurry into Menards and Zero Wire products. Plus, you can visit Menards.com and check out all of our other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
His words can move you. Seriously, they could pick you up and carry you to the other side of the room. Or maybe that was the poltergeist again.
They're here.
The Dan Kasper Show, weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
If it's time to get your vehicle in for an oil change or maybe to get some new brakes or engine repair, there's only one place you need to make that appointment. That's AJM Automotive right here in Eau Claire, located at 1919 Brackett Avenue. I'm getting my oil change actually with them tomorrow. So give them a call today to set up your appointment, 715-835-9523. Don't forget, they can also do some small engine work. So maybe these colder temps in the mornings and such are getting you like, oh yeah, winter is going to be here before you know it. You want to get those snow blowers ready to go. They can help you out with that. And they also do, and they're going to be doing some snowplow services too. So put that in the back of your mind if you're looking for somebody to help out with that. Plus, they offer towing services. Man, what don't they do at AJM Automotive? So put this number in your cell phone. Save it. 715-835-9523. Again, located on 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. John says Romeo Dobbs is his pick for a Packers game ball. Mike, a little bit earlier, talking about The Miz. That won't be the norm for The Miz, but I think it was a low-risk chance to see. It also sends a message to Major League Baseball that he can do it. It is Monday, so it is I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. Fill in the blanks here. I'm not saying, so mine here is, I'm not saying we should read into everything from week 1 of the NFL season. But I'm just saying, and this is kind of an easy one, but I'm just saying, Packers set the tone defensively yesterday. That's what we want to see going forward. Even maybe, all right, that's like the bare minimum. That's the base minimum. I want to see that consistent pressure, and I think we're going to. I mean, Micah Parsons is just going to play more. He's going to get more comfortable within the defense and such. We saw the trickle-down effect. I mean, we saw it with Rashawn Gary, Lucas Van Ness, the interior line, the effect it kind of had on the secondary. I mean, there's probably going to be games that, all right, it just wasn't their day. And they didn't play really good ball. There's probably going to be those days. Let's not kid ourselves. You'd like it to be perfect every single game. It's like the Lombardi quote. We're going to relentlessly chase perfection, knowing that we can't attain perfection, but in that chase will capture greatness. I paraphrased it a little bit. But that's what we saw yesterday, that type of performance. I know it's only week 1. Again, I'm not saying that we should take everything for truth in week 1, but I'm just saying that's where you set the bar. Let's see it go a little bit higher now. Can't be below that. You know what I mean? Because I was impressive. I was impressed, and I think a lot of fans were probably impressed too. We had the expectation that the defense was going to be better this year. It had to be. But I think for the job that they did yesterday, especially the defensive line with the running game in that's what really impressed me the most. That's what really impressed me the most. We're going to talk some more Packers coming up in the next hour. I'll hand my game ball out. But again, if you want to, I'm going to ask you to hold it to 1, okay? To just 1. If you had to pick one person to get a game ball, who would it be? Let me know. Give me your picks. 715-830-1912. Or you can comment on the video streams too, if you'd like. James, with his Brewers game ball, goes with Chris Hook, the most underrated position coach in baseball. I don't know what he said in his mound visit to the Miz yesterday, but it flipped a switch. Where would we be without Hook? So I'm going to talk a little Badger football coming up just past the 8 o'clock hour. So we're going to hit that up. And coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, Justice Cleveland, Sports Team 13 will join us. We'll do some local sports roundup with him. He had the Blue Golds and Stout both winning to begin their college football seasons. Week 3 of the high school football season's in the books. So we'll recap all that and look ahead to what's coming up on the schedule with him. Plus, he was in Green Bay yesterday, too. So we'll talk some more Packers with him as well. So that's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to talk a little Badger football coming up just past 8 o'clock. We'll get back to some more Packers talk and Brewers talk as well, with the Brewers getting set for their series with the Rangers. Only 18 more to go. What's your prediction in the final 18? Do you think the Brewers will hit that 100 win mark? They got to go 11-7. So all they got to do is 11-7. You think they could do that? Give you a bold prediction. Even if that is a bold, I don't even know if I would qualify that as a bold prediction to go 11-7 for this team. Halfway there, 2 in, 2 more to go. We got a quick break with some news updates, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. We start with headlines that keep us close to our area as we plug back into a new week, and a 47-year-old man from Cadott now has a 4th OWI. We're headed to Chippewa County, where the Sheriff's Department responded to a 2-vehicle crash on 250th Street at County Road O yesterday, and during the investigation, observed that the driver, 47-year-old Mark Dominguez from Cadott, showed signs of impairment. He was eventually arrested for operating while under the influence, 4th offense, causing injury. Details online with that press release. You can find those at 715newsroom.com. In headlines that stretch the state a bit, authorities investigate after a pedestrian was struck and killed Saturday in Wapaka County. Reports say that the driver of an SUV hit someone who was walking on the road on County Highway Q. The victim died at the scene. The investigation continues. Well, a cheese manufacturer in the Dairyland hangs it up. A spokesperson says 240 Sapato cheese employees will be out of a job in Green Bay starting November. The cheese manufacturing plant is officially closing in December. Officials say employees were offered retention and severance options as the company consolidates and modernizes operations. And if you put your hand out in front of you and try to separate your fingers in that Spock kind of way, that's Star Trek, not Star Wars. Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm just trying to break it down and make it simple for Star Trekkies out there.
Today is a day to flash the Vulcan sign. That is, if you can. There's a large number of people who can't, because it requires specific manual dexterity to separate hand muscles to form a V pattern. Even some actors on the show couldn't do it. Actor Zachary Quinto used super glue to hold his fingers in position. So today, live long and prosper, and flash that Vulcan salute as a nod to its creator, Leonard Nimoy. That is, if you can. I'm Bree Tennis.
You know, Casper's in a good mood. Who isn't after that Packers win? They opened the season 27-13. Of course, you'll be chatting about that today. Here's what Jordan Love had to say.
The big goal for us was to be able to come in here and start the season off fast and start the season on the right note. So to come in here week 1 at home and get a dominant win like that is amazing, and exactly what we've been working for. So feels great.
And that was my only goal for getting back to work on a Monday, too.
The big goal for us was to be able to come in here.
But then once I came through the door, Casper gave me a bunch of attitude. So now I'm using
super glue to hold his fingers in position.
You know what finger. For Sports Talk 105.1, I'm Morgan McCarthy.
Clear skies have allowed temperatures to tumble down into the upper 30s and low 40s across much of the area. So quite a cold start. Don't forget the jacket heading out the door. A few areas can't rule out some patchy fog, but that will burn off as the morning goes on. Temperatures today warming up quite nicely, still slightly below average in the low to mid 70s with partly cloudy skies. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
Whether it's a kickoff under the lights or a sunrise on the water, Wisconsin lives for the moment. Sports, outdoors, and everything in between. So grab your coffee and turn up the volume because it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Third and final hour, or not final hour. We got one more. I'm used to saying third and final hour. We got a couple more here. What are we talking about now? So, DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. A big thanks for making this a part of your start on this Victory Monday. It was kind of a Wisconsin Victory Monday. You had the Badgers, which we're going to talk about here in a skosh, picking up a victory against Middle Tennessee. The Brewers sweeping the Pirates. And, of course, the Packers picking up a victory yesterday. Richie saying, I'm not saying, because it is Monday, so it's I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying Brian Branch is the new Ndamukong Suh, but I'm just saying he makes some really stupid decisions. You know, I think people would have, if you go based off, I guess, some of the player votes, last year people might have thought that would have been Kirby Joseph. And I just thought of this. Did we even hear Kirby Joseph's name yesterday at all? I mean, for the season he had last year and stuff, did we hear Kirby Joseph's name at all? I had to look it up. He had one tackle. That was it. One tackle. Living the dream, Jeff. Morning, Dan. Not sure for a game ball, but our punter is getting no love. He could flip the field. Big booming punts and somehow ran 16 seconds off the clock on a fair catch, if I remember correctly, was feeling no pain during the game with Liney's Oktoberfest. Just saying. Great win. Go Pack, go. We gave him some love in the first hour. Don't worry, they're living a dream, Jeff. We gave him some first love in the first hour. It wasn't a fair catch, though. That was the right before the half. That was that big booming punt, and actually, the Packers' new linebacker Nick Neiman was the one who ran down the punter, because that was the punt that Romo was saying, you can't kick it in the middle of the field. This has got to go out of bounds. Don't let this guy return it. He's a dangerous, dangerous guy to return it. Was it Sailors, I believe? Or no, not Sailors. It was Raymond. Raymond, excuse me. And booming punt, and had to go back and forth there because the coverage unit was getting down there, and it was Nick Neiman who was able to bring him down. So, we gave our new, or I should say, our newly re-signed punter. How about that? Newly re-signed punter, Daniel Whelan, some love in that first hour. Oh, yeah. That dude was awesome yesterday with the big leg. We'll talk some more Packers here. I'm going to give my game ball to somebody that has not been said yet from everybody who has chimed in. Now, there's a lot of people we could give a game ball to. There's a lot. And everybody who has chimed in with their picks is absolutely correct. But I've got one that nobody has said yet. So I'm going to announce that coming up here in just a little bit. But let's go to some college football action. Badgers picking up a 42-10 victory against Middle Tennessee on Saturday. But raise your hand, and it should be almost everybody in class. Raise your hand if you're thinking in that first quarter, oh gosh, what's happening? The conclusion of the first quarter, it's Middle Tennessee up 3-0. Right? It's like, oh, really? Really? Is this what it's going to be like? Is this what's going to happen? And even at halftime, I don't know of too many bad, at least I wasn't. I'm like, oh, 14-10? Is this really going to happen? Is this really going to come down to the wire against Middle Tennessee? No offense, I'm not trying to pick on you too much, Middle Tennessee, but I mean, come on now. And then finally, in the second half, they shut them out, and the Badgers put up 28. So outscoring Middle Tennessee 28-0 in the second half. But that first half, I can't be the only one that's sitting there, and I'm just rubbing my forehead and rubbing my poor beard that I can't fully grow, but it's got a little 5 o'clock shadowish stubbles on there, and I'm like, what are we doing? Come on now. How are we not just I guess maybe I just had too much of a high expectation and wanted it to be a little bit more of a dominating performance from beginning to end. I don't know, maybe what the Gophers did this past weekend, for crying out loud. But Second half, they turned it on. Outscored them 28 to nothing. O'Neal, 23 of 27 for 3 touchdowns. Did have an interception. Running game really wasn't couldn't really, I guess, fully get going here for the for the Badgers. I mean, Trek led the team in carries, 1 carry, leading the team with the 61-yard run that he had. That was enough to lead the team in rushing. After that, Jones carried it for 10 times for just 36 yards. Dupree for 6 carries and 25 yards. But if I had to pick a game ball for the Badgers, I'm going with the tight end Lance Mason, who had 7 catches for 102 yards and a touchdown. That dude had a fantastic performance. I mean, you look at the game prior, he had 0 catches, nothing. And then he comes in, 7 catches for $102 and a touchdown. So that's who my Badger game ball goes to for this one. So, yes, the Badgers did cover. They ended up covering this game with their 42-10 victory. And now we got Alabama, and we'll be breaking down this matchup against Alabama in a little bit more detail tomorrow when we got RJ coming up here. But, for the most part, the Badgers, all right, they did what they were supposed to in their schedule. Win your first 2. They did that. Beating Miami of Ohio 17-0. Beating Middle Tennessee 42-10. They did what they were supposed to. Was it pure domination in either one of those games from beginning to end? No. Was in the second half on Saturday, but from beginning to end, no. It wasn't. And now here we go. I was looking at the line earlier, and right now Alabama is opening up as a 20.5-point favorite in this game. Yeah, 20.5 it's opening up. It probably will change, and it might change coming up here as we get closer to kickoff and that. Odds are it will. What's like your early – if I were to throw this out to you, Badge fans, like what's the first – how do I want to phrase this? Like, what are you hoping for? Obviously, we want to win, but like, okay, if a win's not on the table, if you're expecting like, yeah, they're not going to win this, then what else you hope? Are you just hoping for a close game? Are you just hoping for? And I hate even asking this because it should always be about the W. It should always be about the win. But I don't know of anybody, at least publicly, saying they think Wisconsin's going to beat Alabama. Like, legitimately, we're all hoping. If you're a Badgers fan, you're hoping that it's going to be the case, but I don't know of anybody who's really picking them. So if you are going into this game just assuming that it's going to be a loss, do you have like a hope like, man, you know what? I'm just hoping that they battle, they're competitive, and maybe make this closer than what people are expecting. Like, I just don't want to be blown out. I don't want to be blown out. And I think part of it for me too was a little upset that Alabama lost their first game to Florida State because they're like, okay, they already got a loss in that column. They kind of took it out on Monroe, beating them 73-0. But really, Alabama probably can't afford another loss against an unranked opponent. I mean, after Wisconsin, they get a bye, but then they get Georgia. They got Missouri on the schedule, currently ranked top 25. They got Tennessee. They got South Carolina. They got LSU. They got Oklahoma. They got Auburn. Those teams are all currently ranked in the top 25. If Alabama wants to get to the college football playoff, if Caleb DeBoer maybe wants to save his job at the end of the year, he probably can't afford to lose another game to an unranked opponent that might affect their status to get into the college football playoff. And that's where it's like losing that Florida State game. It's like, oh, I feel like this is going to be a hyper-focused Alabama team now. I don't want a pure domination from them and just making Wisconsin look absolutely silly. I don't want that. That's what I don't want. Then I think for me, after this Alabama game, this is when the season kind of really starts, because then you got Maryland on the schedule for Wisconsin. You got Maryland, then you got that Michigan, and then you got that Iowa game. I think those are winnable games. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to pick Wisconsin to win every single one of those games, but I think they're winnable games. Maryland and Iowa's at home. Michigan's on the road. Michigan obviously would probably be the tougher one, the toughest one. Iowa's already 1-1 on the season. Maryland's 2-0. But it's those three games. Even if you win 2 out of 3, you've put yourself at 4. And, the rest of your schedule, you got Ohio State, Oregon, Washington, Indiana, Illinois, Minnesota. Can you get 2 more there in those stretch of games and maybe get yourself bowl eligible? I think it's possible. But I think in these next 4, if we had the Alabama one on there, Alabama, Maryland, Michigan, Iowa, can Wisconsin get 2 wins out of those 4 and get up to 4 wins and get to 4-2 essentially before that game against Ohio State? I think it's possible. I think it's possible they can before that October 18th date. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be grind out games. Josh says for the Badgers, if we're going to lose, that's a capital if, or do you think they're going to, okay. If we're going to lose by 2 scores or less. It's nice in the right direction over, it's a nice in the right direction over the last couple of seasons. All right. Who gets your game ball, though, Badgers fans, from that win against Middle Tennessee? I went with Lance. I'm going with Lance Mason, tight end, who had over 100 yards and a touchdown on 7 catches. Had a couple people texting in O'Neal, the quarterback. All right. Let's take a quick break. I've got my Packers game ball. Nobody has said this one yet. And it's tough. We could give it to a lot of different people in this one. And you'd probably all be right. They all probably deserve one. But that's why I'm asking you to limit it to just one. Because it's tough and you got to put some thought behind it. So the one person I'm going to give it to, I'm going to make the case for. All right, that's coming up after these quick words.
You're listening to the Dan Kasper Show.
Service Master of Chippewa Valley is your local expert when it comes to fire and water damage, carpet and air duct cleaning, mold remediation, and trauma. They're when you need them, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Trust comes in the yellow truck. Learn more at ServiceMasterChippewaValley.com.
Week 1 of the season isn't over yet. We still have one more game tonight with Minnesota taking on Chicago. So why not wrap up your week 1 by playing with Underdog? Because with Underdog, if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And one of the best parts, you could play with as little as $1. So for tonight's Minnesota and Chicago game, I'm staying away from the quarterbacks until we see a bit more from them. In fact, I can see this game being low scoring. So I'm making a lot of my picks on the defensive side of the ball. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code Casper to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Casper with a K. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Wisconsin. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Seminars can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Seminars with feel-great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Seminars will be in Eau Claire on Saturday, September 27th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Early bird special, only $49.99. Lose all the weight you want, 100% guaranteed. Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire. Weight loss seminar, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Right now through October 31st, take advantage of the Can-Am factory sales on select 2025 Can-Am side-by-side or ATV vehicles. Conditions apply. Visit your local Can-Am dealer for details.
Not only can you listen to your favorite radio show in the world, but now you can watch why everyone says Dan has a face for radio. Watch the Dan Kasper Show live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
You know, when it comes to your home, nothing changes the look and feel quite like new flooring. And I can tell you from experience, when I needed quality service and a team that I could trust, I went to Carpet City Flooring Center right here in Eau Claire. They've got it all: carpet, luxury vinyl planks, tile, you name it. And hey, it's not just about the huge selection. It's the way their team takes the time to listen, to help you find the perfect fit for your style, your needs, and yes, your budget. From the moment you walk on in, you'll feel at ease. And when it's time for installation, their professionals handle it with care, precision, and respect for your home. If you've been thinking about updating your floors, now's the time. Stop on in to Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and see for yourself why they are the place people trust for flooring done right. Carpet City Flooring Center. They'll floor you with service, selection, and savings. It's definitely man cave season, isn't it? With baseball, football going on. Spent all day yesterday doing some work and watching games down in the man cave yesterday. Heck yeah, it's man cave season. So maybe if you're looking to upgrade the flooring in your man cave, it's what they did for me too. They can do the same for you. So who gets your game ball? Packers fans, a lot of you chiming in with different ones. We've had Jeff Hafley picks. You are correct. We've had Micah Parsons picks. You are correct. We've had Rashawn Gary, Lucas Van Ness. Yep. You'd all be correct. If anything, a lot of players deserve game balls from yesterday. Offensive line, yep. Give one to each one of those big guys up there. Give it the defensive line each one. You'd all be correct. But the person that I want to give a game ball to, I want to go with the man that got that defensive line group prepared. And that's Marcus Covington, the new defensive line coach for the Packers. Former defensive coordinator with the Patriots, comes over to Green Bay, is the new defensive line and run game coordinator for the Packers. I'm giving him my game ball. For the performance that defensive line did, other guys stepping up in the absence of Kenny Clark being shipped off to Dallas for Micah Parsons and essentially eliminating the running game from Detroit. I know Detroit was missing some interior line from last year's and the years prior. They're off the great offensive line. I know that. I understand that. But that group still held David Montgomery to 11 carries, 25 yards. Held Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm sorry for anybody who had Jahmyr Gibbs in fantasy football because he didn't do anything for you. Jahmyr Gibbs, 9 carries, 19 yards. 14 of those 19 yards came on one run. Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs got you 10 catches, but only 31 yards. And the constant pressure that they put on Jared Goff was 31 of 39, but just for 225, that's an average of 5.8. 4 sacks. He was under pressure a lot, 9 quarterback hits. And Detroit, especially in the first half, had some success with that quick passing game. They had to they had to employ the quick passing game because the pressure was getting after Jared Goff. But this was a defensive line. How many times? I don't know if anybody was watching the game or listening to the game or watching to any pregame stuff, and just how many times there was a mention about Packers defensive or run defense probably not going to be that good, or it's big weakness, or hands full. Yes, they brought in Micah Parsons, but no Kenny Clark. It's really going to affect their run defense, and that's the weakness, and that's where Detroit's got to attack it is run the football and get after that run defense. That defensive line rose to the challenge. Devontae Wyatt, Colby Wooden, Stackhouse, Brooks, Gary, Van Ness, Parsons. Even on short passes, just past the line of scrimmage or right at the line of scrimmage, I saw this energy from this team, and it's week 1, so I'm sure there's probably a little bit more energy, just healthy and all that, maybe compared to what's going to be later on in the season. But flowing to the football, attacking the football, multiple guys going out there to take down the ball carrier. I mean, there were a couple instances where you throw into Jahmyr Gibbs in the flat, who is a dangerous playmaker, especially with the football in his hands. And that defensive front all flew to the football. I just, we knew this Packers defensive line had to play better this year than what they did last year. They bring in a new coach. And maybe for some people, it's like, how much can a position coach really, change the talent or really change the performance overall from that group? And it's only week 1, and I understand it. It's only week 1. We've got 16 more games to go for this thing. A lot can transpire in these next 16 games. A lot can change, good or bad. But in terms of week 1, I've got to give my game ball to DeMarcus Covington for getting that group ready. And think about it. This is a new position coach coming in. He comes in right away, all offseason, preseason, training camp, working with Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark's the leader of that group. He's the veteran. A week before the season, he's gone. You have to adjust now. You have to adjust, and you get Micah Parsons, who is an extreme talent, but you're adjusting from losing a defensive tackle that has been there for how many years, and you've prepared with him being your starter on the interior. And now you got okay, we got to adjust here. And we got to adjust on the fly. And then we got to figure out, certain situations when to put in Parsons, snap count, this sort of thing. DeMarcus Covington had a day yesterday. So you could give it to Jeff Hafley, which I would 100% agree with. You can 100% give it to any individual player on that group, and I would 100% agree with you. But I want to give a game ball to Covington in his first game as defensive line coach for the Packers, because he had that group ready. I don't know if he had them fired up with national media or pundits saying, yep, that run defense is going to stink now for Green Bay. I don't know if he used that to challenge his guys, but he had them ready to go. He had them ready to play. And that was super impressive. And I go back to the drive when Green Bay had them pinned down deep in their own territory. And it was that was when Rashawn Gary had a sack too. And I thought, me and Hudson both, I was like, is that a safety? It was pretty darn close, right? You do that. You follow it up by a stuff and another stuff. I mean, that defense, I texted a buddy of mine, and I'm like, when was the last time? And maybe it's sooner than what I could think too, but I mean, it just stood out to me. Not just the fact that they stopped them 3 times that close, but it just, you could see the aggressiveness and you could see the physicality and you could see the speed from those guys and how they were. I mean, a couple times it looked like, are they going to get a safety in there? They were just flowing to that football. They were being, I mean, the instincts, the reads, the physicality. They talk about all offseason, we want to be more physical. We've got to be more physical. They got punched in the mouth last year how many times from teams like Philadelphia or the Lions or the Vikings? You know, especially those defenses getting punched in the mouth. And they're like, hey, we got to be more physical this year too. You showed it week 1. So this is what I want to see for the rest of the season now. I want to see this team be more physical. Continue to be physical like what we saw yesterday. Be fast. Be athletic. I mean, it's honestly, I would, if I gave another game ball, I might give it to Luke Butkus too, just for the play of the offensive line, especially since they shuffled in a bunch of different guys towards the end there. You know, Zach Tom goes out. Kennard, who was a trade at the end of the preseason, comes in. I thought he did well. Anthony Belton got some snaps in. Morgan was coming in, flip-flopping with Sean Ryan and that. They had different guys. Josh Jacobs made a special mention of it in one of his post-game interviews. Like, hey, our offensive line had other guys coming in, and they did a really good job, and they did. Position coaches, I think, at times get a little overlooked. It's kind of like, you know, maybe Chris Hook with the pitching. One of our listeners mentioned him. Some of these position coaches, it's like the job that they do to get these guys ready to go and prepare it. Because sometimes it probably falls on deaf ears. You know, you hear the players once in a while says, yeah, I prepare to play every week. And it's like, yeah, okay, of course you have to say that. But these guys sure looked like they were ready to go when their number was called. And that's a credit to the players, and that's a credit to those coaches and those position coaches for doing a heck of a job yesterday. A heck of a job. All right, you can still send me your game balls. Who gets your game ball? Who gets it? Got to pick just one. There is no wrong answer. At least I don't think there's a wrong answer in this. I don't think there is. But if you had to give a game ball to somebody, who are you giving it to? All right, text me your picks on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or comment on the video streams. Quick break. We'll be back with a whole lot more after these few words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Upgrade your home with premium flooring options from Mohawk. Engaged sheet vinyl flooring adds style to any room. It's durable and waterproof, making it an ideal choice for active households. Plus, it's quick and easy to install. View our entire selection of Mohawk flooring on Menards.com. Plus, our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hi, this is Scott from the all-new Courtesy Ford and Stanley. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy, this is it. We've brought back Ford supplier pricing, and we have over 100 of Ford's most popular vehicles in stock, including the Ford F-150, Maverick, Explorer, and even the all-new 25 Expedition. No ordering, no delays, just great selection and serious savings right now and only at Courtesy Ford and Stanley. But they're moving fast, so don't miss out. Visit Courtesy Auto and Truck in Stanley or go to courtesyautoandtruck.com to find your next Ford today. See you soon.
When pain or injury slows you down, the team at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine is here to help you get moving again. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and sports injuries, they offer advanced care tailored to your needs. Their experienced doctors and therapists work with you every step of the way, from diagnosis to recovery, so you can get back to doing what you love to do. Convenient, compassionate, and focused on results, they're the experts in keeping you active. Get started today by visiting cvosm.com.
Kurt Sandley started Sandley Construction for one reason: his family. Today, he treats every project like it's his own home. From roofing that protects what matters most, to siding that boosts curb appeal and value, to tree service that keeps your property safe and clean, Curtis puts the same care into your home as he would his own. At Sandley Construction, quality isn't just a promise, it's personal. For a job done right by someone you can trust like family, give Kurt a call or search Sandley Construction on Facebook today.
This update is sponsored by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Following Brewers Sunday home games, all kids ages 14 and under can come down to the field and run the bases at American Family Field, courtesy of Aurora Healthcare. The post-game Kids Run the Bases line begins along the first base line on the field level. Join UW Credit Union at uwcu.org, insured by NCUA.
Taxes are a pain. Dealing with the IRS takes forever, and understanding taxes, forget it. You need the pros at Tax Network USA on your side. If you're drowning in debt and don't know where to turn, call Tax Network USA for a free consultation today at 800-780-8888. That's 800-780-8888. Their team of experts have settled over $500 million in tax debts nationwide. They'll work to reduce your tax liability. Call 800-780-8888.
With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. And here's the kickoff bonus. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus bets with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code Patrick. Code Patrick, you play just $5 to get $50 in bonus bets for Pick 6. Make the call, ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar! La, 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 la.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
When pain or injury slows you down, the team at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine is here to help you get moving again. From sprains and fractures to joint replacements and sports injuries, they offer advanced care tailored to your needs. Their experienced doctors and therapists work with you every single step of the way, from diagnosis to recovery, so that you can get back to doing what you love. Convenient, compassionate, and focused on results, they are the experts in keeping you active. We'll get back to some more Packers talk coming up here in just a little bit. Continue to send me your game balls. Who gets the one game ball? You got to give it to one person. One person. Who gets your game ball? All right. Also taking your game balls for the Brewers this past weekend and for the Badger football game on Saturday. We're going to do some local sports roundup coming up just past 9 o'clock with Justice Cleveland Sports Scene 13, Justice Cleveland. So he'll be joining us for the final hour that we're going to call a little happy hour. So we'll talk to him. We'll talk Packers with him since he was at Lambeau and such, and definitely some more Brewers to talk with him. Looking forward. Do you think the Brewers could go at least 11-7 in their final 18 games to hit the 100 win mark? If you're wondering what the magic number is currently for the Crew, just to get a postseason spot, it's at 3. To get the NL Central, it's 12. And for the overall top seed in the National League and Major League Baseball, 13. Again, it's not all wins. Can be, but it's not all wins. It's a combination of wins and losses by like the Cubs and such. So, do you think they can get 11-7 and hit that 100 win mark? Yay or nay? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Let me know. What was the biggest surprise to you outside of the Packers? But from the games yesterday, and I know we got one more tonight, Minnesota and Chicago, which I'm sure we're going to be paying attention to as well, just because there's some unknowns, right? I mean, Minnesota. Is J.J. McCarthy the guy? Now, I'm sure there's going to be some overreaction one way or the other after tonight's game. There's going to be that. If he's great, there's going to be overreaction. Dude's a stud. If he's bad, well, the sky is falling. And it's probably on the same side with the Bears, right? Ben Johnson coming over, making his head coaching debut. If the offense doesn't perform that well, sky's falling. If they light it up, oh boy. That's what we do as fans. That's what we do. We overreact to a lot of stuff, whether it's the right thing to do or not. You know, I know there's these pieces coming up from Ty Dunn over at Go Long. I was reading a little bit of them on Friday, but it doesn't paint the greatest picture of how Caleb Williams at least operated as the franchise quarterback last year. Off the field, sort of not just play, but just his attitude in general and such. So you got that going out there. You got two teams where I think there's a ton of potential between these two teams tonight, but also some unknowns, and a lot of it is both directed at the quarterbacks / the offense. Again, McCarthy's got weapons. He's got, Jefferson and Hawkinson and a safety net in Thielen. Caleb Williams has got weapons too. Both quarterbacks have offensive-minded guys who seem to be pretty darn smart in calling plays. So I'm curious to see how this one goes tonight. I really am. I think it potentially could be a really good game. But looking at the lineup from Friday and Sunday's games, anything really kind of surprise you or just like, oh, dang? I think for me, well, a couple of them. For me, how bad Miami looked. I mean, I didn't have Miami making the playoffs, but I mean, losing to the Colts 33-8, that was bad. It was really bad. I mean, they only had 114 yards passing. Yikes. That was really bad. 211 total yards for a Miami offense that has Tua, that has, Tyreek Hill. It was Jalen Waddle. It was not good. It was that surprised me, I think, the most. And really Miami getting shut out until that fourth quarter when they finally put up a touchdown to 2. Daniel Jones looked good, 22-29, 272. Jonathan Taylor, 71 yards on the ground. That one probably surprised me. Again, I didn't have the Dolphins making the postseason in that, but just the way they came out, that was bad. That was really bad. I think, other ones that I'd probably go with the way the game last night went. Buffalo making that insane comeback in the fourth. I mean, I thought Baltimore heading into the fourth, the way they were going about it, I can't believe Buffalo was able to complete that comeback going up against a really good team in Baltimore. That one surprised me. I mean, I had Baltimore winning, but I thought it could go either way. But just how Baltimore completed that comeback and got that win. I mean, you look at the numbers. I mean, Derrick Henry, 169 yards on the ground, for crying out loud, on 18 carries. The dude, Derrick Henry, is like, how is he still doing it? I'm sorry, but I know he's big and he's a bruising back. He's 31 years old. It's like when running backs hit the age of 30, they're not supposed, they hit this wall. And remember, he had a Jones fracture when he was in Tennessee, a foot surgery too, like what Jaden Reed's going, but he had surgery on it and ended it. And I'm like, okay, how much? Yes, he's got the size, and yes, he can hit guys, but he's got speed. And I think that's the thing that people don't realize with Derrick Henry is that this, as for as big as he is, over 250 pounds, the guy has some really, really good speed. How is he still doing this? Averaging 9.4 yards per carry last night. You look at Derrick Henry's career numbers. He's over 11,592 yards. He's probably going to get over 12,000 yards rushing this year. Probably, right? I mean, stays healthy and such. Probably going to get that mark. Let me see who most. No, I don't want that. I want more rushing yards. We know Emmett has the record. Emmett Smith's got 18,355 yards. If Derrick Henry goes over 12,000, he probably gets to the top 15. Because right now you got Fred Taylor at 11,695. That's who's right in front of Derrick Henry right now. Thurman Thomas has 12,074. Franco Harris, 12,120. Yeah, I mean, Derrick Henry's a Hall of Famer right now. It's just, man, this guy, and outside, and this is the other thing too. Outside of that 2021 season, when Derrick Henry had that foot surgery, he has played in almost every single game. His rookie year, he played in 15. 2019, he played in 15. Other than that, every single game. So in 2016, 15, 2017, 16, 2018, 16, 2019, 15, 2020, 16, 2021 was the year he had the surgery, 8. Comes back, and that's the thing. That was the year, too, where he played 8 games and had 937 yards rushing. Comes back, 16 games, 17 games, 17 games. And we'll see what he does this year. I almost feel like we're taking for granted just how awesome this guy has been for a long time. 2018 was his first season, his third year in the league when he had over 1,000 yards. His second year, he had 744. And he'd have 1,000 yards in every single year on the ground except for 2021. I almost just want to give it to him. I mean, the year he ran for over 2,000, 2020, he had a 5.4 average. Last year, he had a 5.9 average, for crying out loud. Last year, he had over 1,900 yards. Man. John says, what surprised me was how good Aaron Rodgers was. I'll admit it. Yeah, I was watching that game. Not only Aaron Rodgers, but like Justin Fields. That was a good game. Like, there's no moral victories or anything like that. But I think if you're the Jets, if you're a Jets fan, maybe you're feeling a little more confident in Justin Fields if you weren't. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, there was that one throw. I think it was his final touchdown pass, maybe his third. It kind of looked like vintage Rodgers a little bit, didn't it? But that was a good game. That was an entertaining game back and forth. little surprised at how kind of high scoring it was, to be honest with you, between those two teams. So, but yeah, that's a good one too. He definitely looked like a little vintage Aaron Rodgers out there. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the third hour. Continue to send me your game ball picks, all right? We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Got a take on today's topics but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
Come closer. Now, we're not technically supposed to talk about it, but Saturday nights at Seven Winds Casino, shh, it's good. Like, win cash. Every hour good. Like, I just screamed and startled security good. From 1 to 4 p.m. and again from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Saturday, they're giving away cash and extra lives. One name, one moment, one fat prize. And trust me, you'll be saying, shh, it's good. Or maybe you'll scream it. We won't judge. Just play your favorite games during the week to earn entries. Then be there when they draw the winners every single hour. Now listen, if you hear your name and casually walk to Quest, that's cool. But if you moonwalk while yelling, shh, it's good, that'll be respected too. Saturday nights, secrets, suspense. Visit 7windscasino.com or call 1-833-47-WINS to learn more about the drive. Only at 7 Winds Casino in Hayward, Wisconsin. Must be 18 plus. Play responsibly.
Unlock the power of local connection with Citizens Connected. Enjoy a bigger network, faster speeds, and stronger Wi-Fi. Sign up today and get your first bill on them. With speeds up to 2 gigs, experience fiber-fast internet and local support that's always there when you need it. Whether you're streaming, working, or gaming, you'll experience the speed you need. Citizens Connected, where community meets connectivity. Visit citizens-connected.com to check your address and start your journey to better internet now.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. And here's the kickoff bonus. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus bets with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code Patrick. Code Patrick, you play just $5 to get $50 in bonus bets for Pick 6. Make the call, ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
He may not be the smartest sports talk host, but darn it, he gives 110% every time. Now here's your host, Dan Kasper.
Mark your calendars for Sunday, September 21st. We're going to be over at our good friends, the VFW Post 305, for our first ever Packtober event. A little tailgate party, a little Oktoberfest built into one. Fun starts at 9 a.m., and then we're going to do a special pregame show live on the air from 10 to 11. VFW Post has their breakfast buffet going on. First 35 people to come on over. You're going to get a free pint of Sam Adams Oktoberfest, plus We'll have some giveaways and some contests, or some games, I should say, and such. So we'll have a lot of fun leading right up to kickoff. So that's coming up Sunday, September 21st, VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Steve, I don't know if we're having some issues if people are sending really long texts, because I only got half that text. I know I was having some issues with C-Bomb a little bit earlier with some long texts. So if you're sending some really long texts, might have to break it up here a little bit. But I can't even decipher, to be honest, that text there, Steve. So, but keep those coming. I'm looking for your game balls between Packers, Badger football, and the Brewers. You can make your picks either, again, text it to us or comment on the video streams. Reminder too, Brewers back at it tonight, looking for their 90th win on the season. Can they be the first to 90 wins? Can they get to 90 wins before the Dodgers even get to 80 wins? Raise your hand if you had that. First pitch is going to be at 7:05 tonight. Coverage will begin about 35 minutes prior, so about 6:30 on your radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. So Brewers hitting the road, take on the Rangers of Texas for 3 games before returning home to take on the Cardinals for a 3-game series starting on Friday. Just 18 more games left to go, 6 more series. Will the Brewers at least get 11 wins to hit that 100-win mark? They would have to, we could do the math here, right? They would have to at least take 2 out of 3 in 5 of their 6 series and win just 1 in another one, or, sweep a series, take 2 out of 3 in 4 of them, and then maybe get swept in another one. There's ways they could go about it, but those are just some of the easier ones out there. I think they can get 100. I think to go 11-7, I don't think it's completely out of the realm. Still, 100. I don't know. I keep going to like 99 or 98. That's what's in my head right now. But I look at the schedule and I think it's possible. It's definitely possible to at least go, you win every series. Then, yeah, the math tells you that you're going to get 12. If you take 2 out of 3 in your final 6 and you win all your next or every single one of your series, yeah, then you're going to do it. But I don't know why I just have like 98 or 99 flashing in my mind when it comes. And that's not the main thing here to get to 100. It'd just be like a cool achievement, considering they've never done it before and the most wins they've had in a regular season is 96. It'd just be kind of cool if they got to 100. It's a nice round number, right? The biggest thing is that top spot in that division, which that magic number is going down, down, down. Brewers sweeping this weekend. Thank you to the Nationals for taking the last 2 against the Cubbies. Magic number, the division lead right now against the Cubs is 7.5. If you factor in the tiebreaker, it's pretty much 6. But the magic number for the Brewers to at least clinch a playoff spot, which would be a wild card, is just 3. So that could actually happen here in a couple days. But we want the big prize, right? We want the division, and we want the number one overall seed. So the division, the magic number is 12. Combination of wins and losses for the Brewers and the Cubs. 13 is the magic number for the top spot in the National League, top spot in Major League Baseball. That magic number is 13 right now. So it's whittling down. There is this time next week, a week from today. What's that magic number look like? Right now, currently, how things are at, if you're looking at the playoff race and such, we know the division leaders for the National League. Not a whole lot has really changed. By the way, MLB Network, I thought maybe would they find her? Nope, they still got the Brewers as the number 1 team in their latest power rankings. I thought for sure that they were going to kind of maybe change that and such, but nope, they didn't do that. But your wild card standings right now, excuse me, for the American League, it's Blue Jays, Tigers, and Houston. Those are your division leaders. Your wild card is the Yankees, Boston, Seattle. Now, this is a big series, though, too, with Texas and the Brewers, because the Texas Rangers are just 1.5 back from a wild card spot. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Rangers have something to play for in this series. So I don't know if anybody's like really expecting an easy series or anything like that. Rangers have something to play for right now. And they're 44-28 at home this year. It's going to be a tough one. National League, it's Brewers, it's Phillies, it's Dodgers, Cubs, Padres, Mets. And the closest team to the Mets for that final wild card spot is the Reds and the Giants, who are 4 games back. Diamondbacks and Cardinals, 4.5 back. So, there you have it. That's where everything's at right at this point. All right, coming up next hour, Justice Cleveland, Sports Scene 13 is going to be joining us here. We'll kick it off with a little local sports roundup brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. Ball World, 3 weeks into it. Blue Golds and the Blue Devils from Stout kicked off their football seasons, both with W's as well. So we'll recap it all, preview what's coming up next with Justice Cleveland. Then we'll get back some more Packers talk and some Brewers talk and some Badgers talk in our final hour, our happy hour coming up here in just a couple minutes. 3 and 1 more to go. News updates, and we'll be back after these quick words.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today. We start with headlines that keep us close to our area as we plug back into a new week, and a 47-year-old man from Cadott now has a 4th OWI. We're headed to Chippewa County, where the Sheriff's Department responded to a 2-vehicle crash on 250th Street at County Road O yesterday, and during the investigation, observed that the driver, 47-year-old Mark Dominguez from Cadott, showed signs of impairment. He was eventually arrested for operating while under the influence, 4th offense, causing injury. Details online with that press release. You can find those at 715newsroom.com. In headlines that stretch the state a bit, authorities investigate after a pedestrian was struck and killed Saturday in Wapaka County. Reports say that the driver of an SUV hit someone who was walking on the road on County Highway Q. The victim died at the scene. The investigation continues. Well, a cheese manufacturer in the Dairyland hangs it up. A spokesperson says 240 Sapato cheese employees will be out of a job in Green Bay starting November. The cheese manufacturing plant is officially closing in December. Officials say employees were offered retention and severance options as the company consolidates and modernizes operations. And if you put your hand out in front of you and try to separate your fingers in that Spock kind of way, that's Star Trek, not Star Wars. Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm just trying to break it down and make it simple for Star Trekkies out there.
Today is a day to flash the Vulcan sign. That is, if you can. There's a large number of people who can't because it requires specific manual dexterity to separate hand muscles to form a V pattern. Even some actors on the show couldn't do it. Actor Zachary Quinto used superglue to hold his fingers in position. So today, live long and prosper and flash that Vulcan salute as a nod to its creator, Leonard Nimoy. That is, if you can. I'm Bree Tennis.
And you know, Casper's in a good mood. Who isn't after that Packers win? They opened the season 27-13. Of course, to be chatting about that today. Here's what Jordan Love had to say.
The big goal for us was to be able to come in here and start the season off fast and start the season on the right note. So to come in here week 1 at home and get a dominant win like that is amazing. And exactly what we've been working for. So feels great.
And that was my own
big goal for us was to be able to come in here.
But then once I came through the door, Casper gave me a bunch of attitude. So now I'm using
superglue to hold his fingers in position.
You know what finger. For Sports Talk 105.1, I'm Morgan McCarthy.
We're starting off the day with those cooler conditions and a few clouds from time to time. As we move into the afternoon and evening, temperatures will climb into the low 70s, 73 degrees for our high with those partly cloudy skies. It will be a little breezy out there with winds gusting to about 25 miles an hour at times. Overnight lows drop down near 60. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
Get your hands up! Warning, the following hour may cause uncontrollable laughter, bold sports takes, and the sudden urge to yell at your radio. You've officially entered happy hour on the Dan Kasper Show, where stats are optional, opinions are strong, and Dan might be running on caffeine or something stronger. It's the final hour. Loosen the tie, unbuckle the brain, and let's get weird.
All right, final hour on this Monday morning, September 8th. Again, a big thanks for tuning in and making us a part of your day, or your morning, I should say. Joining us right now, fresh off of being in Green Bay yesterday,
Yes.
Mr. Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire, WEAU 13 News.
I like how you say, let's get weird.
Let's
The
get
intro
weird.
There,
Let's get
and you
weird.
Bring me right on in. So perfect timing.
Well, thanks for stopping by and
No
hanging
problem.
out for a little bit, man. I want to pick your brain about a lot of different things going on because, I mean, it is the busy time of the year, right? So, I mean, first off, if you don't mind, do a little local sports.
Let's do it.
Roundup brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. We're already 3 weeks into the high school football season, dude.
It's always so fast. You know,
Mhm.
it's really like it starts up so early
Mhm.
and school starts, and now it's like, okay, we're gonna get like halfway through the regular season here soon. So,
Right, exactly. So, I mean, kind of some conference play got really going last week, right? Especially for Big Rivers and such. So we're in that.
Yeah, we've got some big ones already, you know, going down. And you look at the teams that, like at Durand, Arkansas, that's a team that already has surpassed their win total from last year. They got the victory over Stanley Boyd, and Cadot's been having a great job. They got a Grantsburg team this week. So Regis doing what Regis does.
Yep.
Doing
Yep.
it very, very well. Team there. So you're already at that point where we're seeing some of these teams start to rise to the top. Boyceville, a team that returned almost everybody
right
from last year, is just continues to run. And then I hate when I do this because I feel like I'm going to forget something. Like a Rice Lake.
They're undefeated right now. So
Move them divisions, they don't care.
Yeah.
They're just going to win in.
Mhm.
In 8-player, I mean, Cadot and Gilman, 1 and 2 in the poll there. So,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So
especially, no offense, but especially Cadot too, right? I mean, because was it that long ago, right, where they didn't have a program or
Right,
there was really low numbers and
yeah.
such? So
for Cadot to come back and start the season like they did, and that's the thing. Now, Grantsburg's gonna be a very tough opponent this week, and that's gonna be one that no easy battle. Grantsburg's always tough. The fighting Chanels are always tough, but yeah, and then that 8-player, and we're waiting for that Gilman McDonald. Now they're not overlooking anybody, neither of those teams, but yeah, so it's been a lot of fun so far already this season.
I mean, I know they're good, but I mean, to me, it's still an impressive victory for Hudson to only allow 8 points against Menominee this past week. I mean, that had to have been an impressive game too.
Yeah, and I think for Menominee, they dealt with some early injuries in that game and just kind of put them behind the 8 ball. But Hudson's, I saw them week 1 against Memorial, and they've got a lot of weapons, a lot of returning weapons from last season as well. So once they're one of those teams that can grind it for a while, and then they just kind of wear you down. And once they wear you down, they start moving that ball, and they do a quick offense. They've kind of moved up to the hurry up, don't give you a chance to rest. And when a team like that gets rolling, it's really hard to stop.
Yeah, it sure seems like a lot of those western portion teams. I mean, like Hudson's undefeated, River Falls is undefeated, New Richmond's undefeated,
Baldwin Woodville.
I mean, they're having really, really, I mean, good starts to this season so far.
Yeah, and I think this week is where we start seeing some of those matchups where you'll have those teams see who, the cream's going to have to rise to the crop. There's other teams like a Blair Taylor undefeated. They'll be at Augusta, or they were at Augusta this past week, and they've been playing great football. So it is just, I think this is kind of when we'll start seeing the separation here as we get into a little deeper into conference play.
I know we've got soccer that's going on as well. Boys soccer continuing to go on. I think, was it North just had a tie? Was it Friday? I believe, and such against Marshfield that was. So, I mean, is it still kind of Memorial and Hudson, when you talk about soccer?
I think so, but that North team's been playing really tough. Gutting out those 1-1 draws, that's still a big thing. And that just shows you how their goalkeeping is. Altoona has made some major steps and is starting off a great season so far. Regis McDonald, always tough as well. So, again, we're truly blessed with some really good soccer in this area. Memorial, obviously Memorial has always been right there with Hudson battling for that. But I think see North making some major strides this year too. And Chippewa Falls is off to a good start too. So
golf. I mean, it probably doesn't feel like golf weather right now. A little chilly.
Maybe.
But
I don't know. For me, it feels like this is when I don't know 40 degrees.
But I mean, we're kind of, would you say, halfway mark right now with the golf season?
I would say it's about this time in a month will be state.
Okay.
So
yeah, I suppose
maybe they'll get the warm weather for state then,
right? Because for having a little cold stretch here. So
with Colfax Elk Mound, the Kongshogs have finishing 1-2 in tournaments. It's fun to see that when you have siblings battling there for the top spot, and that team as a whole, not just those two, is playing some really good golf. So that's a team that they keep at this. They should have a chance to make it, not just have two individuals there. They should have a whole team that makes it down there to University Ridge as well. And then I know there's 2 meets today. There's one at Mill Run for the BRC, and then the Clover Croys over at Whispering Pines.
Okay.
And Cadott.
Yep.
Yes, it's Whitetail and Whispering because they both start with the WH. That in Colfax is Whitetail. Yeah, so it always gets me mixed up. So they have tournaments. There's a bunch of tournaments this week. So good week for it.
It is.
Look at other than tomorrow where there's a little bit of chance of rain. It's going to be really good week for golf. So this will be it'll be fun to see what these teams do. And I'm always state golf's always one of my favorite trips. So I can't wait to see what we get down there.
Volleyball is going on right now too. Are we kind of in conference play? I know they just had the big one.
We had Chi-Hi Memorial played on Thursday. So Big Rivers has started up. Still a lot of those sprawls going on. And I think that's kind of how the schedules are now. That it's went away from just like, let's just have one single matchup. It's more about getting those volume of games on the weekends. So we're seeing a lot more of those going on. But this area, again, loaded up with some great teams. In Barron, we've got to see them play Regis, Fall Creek. Emmanuel's ranked 1, and they haven't even played a game. But they'll be playing, I think, their first games this week. So, yeah, I mean, you run it down. This area has had some good teams. Last year at State, having 4 teams down there. I could definitely see that happening again.
And then I know cross country is going on here too. Maybe do they like the little colder weather?
I think so.
Chillier nights.
I think you talk to runners and they say like 50s is like your optimal running temperature. So last week there's a big meet in Menominee this week, and it's we'll see Menominee, which is just that girls team has been dumped. Lauren McCullough and that squad is great, and then the Hartman and Bloomer will be there too. And Bloomer's been bumped up because of the performance.
That's right.
So they're in the D1, so that'll be you're gonna see 2 big time runner teams there amongst all the other teams that'll be at that meet that's Saturday in Menominee. I know Bloomer has their Bloomer has their home meet this week as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean it's been a lot of fun watching those teams, and again, we're gonna have a lot of athletes that are gonna make it to Wisconsin Rapids there for state.
Yep, at the good old Ridges course down there. So, and then
I've only seen it as a cross country course.
I like it. I've golfed it a couple times.
I might have been there for like a boys sectional. I think one time was at the Ridges there, but to me it's just in my head. I just think of because I always see cross country there, so I've never really got a chance to see it. Anything else?
And I know tennis is going on too on the girls' side.
Yes.
We got that.
Altoona's been off to a great start. Memorial, Regis, McDonald too. So a lot of good starts for a lot of these teams.
Speaking of good starts, the last few days for Blue Gold football and UW Stout. Blue Gold football opening up on a Thursday night last Thursday.
The true opener on Thursday. I don't know what that other game that was going on Thursday.
Exactly. So they battled the rain a little bit. Cornell coming over. You were there for a little bit. Yeah,
I was Phil.
Okay, Phil. Yeah. But I mean, impressive start for Blue Gold football.
Yes. I was like, the defense stood very, very tall in that game, showing what they could do. And they just gave their offense with a lot of new faces, younger faces,
new quarterback, right?
Yep. And then you got Kendon Krogman, coming in as well, rotating in there from Regis.
Yep.
So I was very much impressed. And it's crazy. I didn't realize they had a 7-game opening game winning streak going on. Now it's 8 games.
Heck yeah.
8 games that they've won on week 1. So I look at this as just a game that they can really take. I mean, they got a tough opponent on the road this week. So it that changes it up. You're winning at home that week 1. Now it's, take that momentum, work hard this week and see what you can do and get another win here and stacking success. That's what they talk about. And that's what that team's looking to do. And Stout once again, and they got a big game coming up, get the win this past weekend. But now, Wartburg is always one of those teams that's battling for a playoff spot, battling for, chance to go to, national title games in the playoffs there. So this will be a big test, but they got them at home. And we've seen this Stout team year in and year out.
They surprise a lot of people.
Yeah. Beat and take some of the best teams in the country. And so Clate's going to have that team ready to go, and they're going to be jazzed.
As you mentioned, playing Wartburg, they edged out Dubuque in a high-scoring affair, 38-35 on Saturday. And the Blue Gold's going to be going over to Ohio to take on Kenyon College. So, but both Stout and Eau Claire are going to begin WIAC play October 4th against each other, and that's Eau Claire's homecoming.
Yeah,
so
that's a fun way to start to see 100th homecoming as well. So, I mean, it's perfect. I love the 80s, 90s, or I love the 90s.
I love the 90s.
Yeah.
It's my generation now.
I'm
Vanilla Ice, baby.
Ice, yeah, so you have that going on too. But I know River Falls and Lacrosse also starting off this week, I believe, is their kickoff games as well. So WIAC going to be in full swing. It's anybody's conference. I really think this
Dude, I'm looking at the rankings right now. I mean, because I'm just on the Blue Gold schedule. You got Stout that's receiving votes. Lacrosse is 11. Oshkosh receiving votes. River Falls is 19. Whitewater's 24. Platteville's 15.
Yeah. I mean, when you have at least half of your conference ranked. And other ones receiving votes. And Stout almost snuck up last year and had a chance to, get the conference title. I think it's gonna be another one of those years. I think looking at that Stout game, how high scoring it was, I think that'll bode well when you're playing some of these. There's gonna be some shootouts. It is gonna be some high scoring affairs with these games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, and you got a lot going on here with Blue Gold volleyball. I mean, the soccer's going on as well. So I mean, they're fully into the fall sports.
And I know
season,
they've got both those teams, all three, if you throw in the women's soccer team as well, have games at home coming up this week. I know the Sandy Schumacher tournament is this weekend, so a good chance to go see that new volleyball court and see that team as they play, I think, 3 games on Friday and Saturday combined. So a good chance to see Kim Woody's team out there on the court. And then a
team with high expectations too, right? This year. So
I think, they're one of the cream of the crop in Division III. They got the best facilities, I would argue, in Division III. I think there's D1 teams that would love to have those facilities. So I think this is going to be a fun year to watch all those sports.
Yeah. I'm really intrigued with the boys soccer team. I mean, just looking at the last few years and just how much they've gotten better and so close last year. You lose a national player of the year.
Yeah, right.
But I think the expectation's still pretty darn high for them this year.
And I think that's one of those things where you lose a key player like that. And not that they ever relied on him. He just was such a natural scorer.
Right.
That now you have other guys who are getting their chance to step up. And we've seen it so far in the games.
Is
that they're playing some tough opponents right away, and they're stepping up and getting those goals. So Casey is done. Again, for that team to come in and from day one feel like it's a program that's been around forever. That's not an easy thing to do.
No.
Navigated COVID, like all of that stuff that happened right before that team started, and they have not had a letdown since. They've only gotten better.
Yep, I agree. Good stuff. That's your local sports roundup with our buddy, Mr. Justice Cleveland. Let's take a quick break and let's talk a little green and gold and kind of get the breakdown from you. You were at Lambeau yesterday. Lots to discuss here. So we'll do that coming up after these quick words.
You're listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
Gross! Chippewa Falls Oktoberfest, September 19th and 20th at Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. Brought to you by great community partners, including Festival Foods and the stations of Midwest Family Eau Claire. Ticket info at nwsfa.com.
Ein Prosit, raise your Stein. Oktoberfest in Chippewa Falls. It's always prosting time. Prost!
Unlock the power of local connection with Citizens Connected. Enjoy a bigger network, faster speeds, and stronger Wi-Fi. Sign up today and get your first bill on them. With speeds up to 2 gigs, experience fiber-fast internet and local support that's always there when you need it. Whether you're streaming, working, or gaming, you'll experience the speed you need. Citizens Connected, where community meets connectivity. Visit citizens-connected.com to check your address and start your journey to better internet now.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went, and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
Oh, wow. What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed. Early bird special, only $49.99. That's right. Weight loss seminar, Saturday, September 27th at the Best Western Plus Eau Claire Conference Center in Eau Claire at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking seminar 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not in all states and situations.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
More than the scores. More than the news. It's Sports Out the Squeaker. The Dan Kasper Show.
Packers beginning their season with a victory over the Detroit Lions yesterday at Lambeau Field, 27-13 victory for the Packers, although it was a little bit, kind of a garbage time touchdown at the end there.
And it's a spectacular garbage time touchdown
was.
If you're going to get one. But.
Yeah, it was an amazing. I was like, oh, crap. Like right away when they showed the replay, I'm like, I thought his foot was down that toe drag.
Because you're watching his buttocks.
Yep.
To see when that hit. And you're, that hit. Okay, he's not.
Yep.
There's no. But then you're like, wait a second, that other foot looks like it dots the eye before he hit.
Yep.
And that was a great use of replay right there.
It was.
Because that was, it's end of the game, so it didn't really mean much. But
right,
I think the defense probably didn't want to give up a touchdown.
Exactly. But you want to shut it out and not give up. Yeah, like you said, a touchdown. So,
but you can't deny how great of a catch it was. But again, they dominated that game.
So let me ask you, who was there before we kind of get to the game itself? What was the pop like when they introduced Micah Parsons?
Oh, it was amazing. That was a perfect idea. I think it was Jordan Love who gave that idea. It's like, hey, let's announce the defense and then have him come out. And again, this is the first time they've played a season opener at home since 2018.
Yeah.
That is just crazy. I didn't realize
first time
that.
Matt LaFleur. had a season opener at home.
And Mike McCarthy was even there.
Oh, that's my next one. I mean, it sounded like they didn't show this on TV, but it sounded like he got a nice ovation
I
too.
would say he got as loud as pop as Micah Parsons did
Really?
when he came out. I think there was a lot of appreciation.
Good.
But we'll talk more of that. But like Parsons coming out, I think everybody was just waiting for that. You know, just to see him out on the field. And when he came out, it got that crowd jazzed. Now, be it, and I don't know how much they said it on the broadcast, there was a lot.
It seemed like there's a lot of blue
in that stand. I would say rough estimate 70-30.
Okay.
That's it. There was a lot. Even when you looked at any section, you would see like, okay, there's majority Packer fans. You would see like out of 10 people, you'd probably see about 3 Lions.
Enough for Matt LaFleur to make a comment about it after the game. So.
I loved that. Got to be better.
Got to be better. But I mean, I think that's maybe a bigger credit to the Packers fans who were there to make it that loud if there was that many.
I would say
Lions fans.
Like when he came out of the tunnel, loud. When he came out on the field in that first drive, it was just as loud.
Yeah.
Like everybody saw that number 1 going out on the field, and they just started going crazy.
And then the sack.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just tell everybody was amped up about that. And for a sideline to explode like that, too. So.
Even the sack, like before that, though, like him going in there, he right away made a difference. And I think Detroit really played on their heels when he was out there.
Yeah.
And like they moved him around. They had him in the inside as well, interior, and you'd see him do it. Like it's because you look at Micah Parsons, and the guy's built, I think, like a cornerback. I wouldn't even go linebacker. I think he's built. You look at him like, there's no way this guy can play. And then he just goes in there and he bull rushes guys. He's so shifty. It is amazing.
Well, even that sack, you don't see him until he explodes by him. I think Matt LaFleur said it was like a shooting star. Like you watch that replay and it's like, where is he? And all of a sudden he's just boom. He's like squeaks through and he's right there chasing him down.
I honestly think the guy could play any position, man, on defense. Like, because we've seen it on the line. I mean, he's basically playing nose tackle when he's lining up in the middle there. Show me a place that he couldn't play on the field with his speed and athleticism.
Don't give him ideas because we saw the Preston Smith, corner for a couple of years ago.
But I think he could do it. I think he's that fast and that dynamic of a player. So, it's like one of those guys you've seen in games, but now that he's on the team that you watch primarily, you're paying more attention. And it's a nice thing about, being in the press box. I brought my binoculars up there when I would see him out on the field. I would just key on him.
Yeah.
And you see him just like the first play he was in there, he disrupts the pass. And there was a couple of those where he didn't get the sack.
I mean, the interception is because of his
pressure. And that was one of those plays where I just had my binoculars on him and I'm like, oh, he got to he was shot out of a cannon. Goff had to rush the throw and you get the interception. He talked about that last week, trying to help out that defensive backfield.
Yep.
And we saw it there. So week 1 review, an A+ for Micah Parsons, for a guy who played 30% of the snaps?
I was going to say,
yeah.
Got a few more towards the end there where I'm sure some people are like, why are you playing him? But honestly, he hasn't played football all year, so it's probably good to get a few more reps in just to get him in football shape.
No preseason. He was holding out. So,
yep.
And then, just hearing him talk after the game and holding court, it very much reminded me of like a Charles Woodson. Like everybody's hanging on every word. And it's not like 1 or 2 word answers. It's very, again, when you win, a lot of the stuff in the locker room comes a lot easier to the guys and to the, to talking to the press. But yeah, it was impressive. He was a guy who was appreciative to be there. And, he said it in his post game. It's like, if I could have been there, just think what happened if I had been there all of preseason. And I knew all of the pre-snap reads and all the stuff that they're doing. He's like, watch out. This defense was great today. I think they can be better than they were, and that's saying something against the Detroit team that has had Super Bowl aspirations the last few seasons.
Yeah, and I kind of gave my game ball to DeMarcus Covington, the new defensive line coach, because of not only those rushers, but you prepare as a new defensive line coach. You've got Kenny Clark with you the whole offseason. He's the veteran and such, and then he's gone with this trade. So not only do you get Micah Parsons, you got to get up to speed. You got to get a new defensive lineman tackle, interior one, up to speed as a starter. To hold Gibbs and Montgomery to 40-some total rushing yards was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, there was that running game had nothing.
Yeah.
That they really shut it down, and then it made them one-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Goff threw the ball 39 times. It was 31 to 39.
Yeah. It was only like 250 yards.
Right. So he was like 5.5 yards per
Mm-hmm.
pass, which is great because that means they're doing a lot of dump down passes.
Yep.
And then you're holding them and making them go for it on third down and
Mm-hmm.
and then getting the stop. I mean, it was a formula, and I said this last night. It was like, if you have a formula for an opening game, it was perfect by the Packers. You come out at home, get the crowd loud.
You score on your first drive with the touchdown.
Starting fast.
Yep.
And then the defense, you have Micah Parsons. And it's not just Micah Parsons. I don't want to single,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he gave them a jolt. And I think to a T, those guys know what he means when he's out there. Rashawn Gary, I think, is thankful because now he's freed up a little bit more.
He's got 1.5 sacks already.
Right. The one where him and Van Ness traded, Goff bounced off Van Ness, went to Gary. Gary couldn't get him, bounced right back to Van Ness. We were talking, it looked like Gary knew he gave one up right there, and Van Ness ended up. Is that the one they ended up splitting that one? Or
yeah, I think that's
which they should have.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's that trickle down effect, right? Yeah. I mean, it was just, it felt like Edrin Cooper had a really good game, and just everything started in the trenches and worked itself back. It felt like so.
And their biggest plays were really to Laporta, over the middle,
mm-hmm.
and that was them finding maybe a spot in the. I know there was one play where Quay Walker was there, but he expected help, and Laporta rested. But that was it. There was nothing really explosive. I really it was an uncommon game for the Lions because they this is a team that's usually boisterous and has plenty of moxie when they walk out there, and they just kind of seemed like they were on their heels the whole game, and the Packers weren't.
Mm-hmm.
The Packers knew what they were doing, even when there was that lull where it's like, okay, they might just end up winning this 17-6 because no one's doing anything like the third quarter,
right?
But the defense was still there to shut down Detroit from making any big run.
Mm-hmm. Offensively, we mentioned, they got off to that start. Jordan Love, to me, just looked a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
Confident. I mean, outside of a couple of bad throws that were back-to-back, one of them was the pick six that was brought back, and then the throw before that was
I'm like, oh, he didn't get
pick.
The interception. Okay, he's 2 in a row here.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back for a second.
Other than those 2 throws, he looked pretty comfortable back there and confident with his throws. And then what do we say about the offensive line with a couple guys, Zach Tom and then Aaron Banks, but then they bring in a couple different guys. Jordan Love only had 2 quarterback hits and no sacks.
Yeah. I think that's the key is that, they've done a really well job about putting guys in.
Mm-hmm.
They've built up that offensive line depth. And I think that's been something since Gutekunst has been here. Like you have guys that you're like, oh, this is a bigger name that aren't starting.
Yeah.
But with the O-line, you're going to get a shot.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on that roster and you're an offensive lineman, there's a good chance you're getting out there to play at some point. And I think Gutekunst has done a really good job of building up that depth and those guys being ready. That's on the coaching too, to get out there. And I think, the running game didn't do much in the first half.
Right.
But I think in the second half, most of Jacobs' 66 yards came in the second half, and you could see him starting to run downhill a little bit more. Yep. I think, spreading the ball out to 10 different receivers. I think it was 10 different receivers in the first half.
Yeah.
Like they would throw the ball and be like, okay, oh, there's another one. There's another. Check it off the list.
His first 8 completions were all the different receivers.
Yeah. I mean, that just shows the weapons they have. They can stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think obviously number 10, staying healthy is the biggest thing.
Yep.
That offense can just gash people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the big thing. There were big plays, but it was a lot of just like, hey, it's a 12-yard completion.
The one drive where it took 2 plays to score a touchdown because it started off with a Dobbs deep pass and then Jaden Reed, to the touchdown there. But after that, it was like, yeah, you're right. Because, Jordan Love didn't throw for 200 yards. But if you're box score scouting, you're probably thinking, oh, he didn't do a lot. No, that offense this is what I appreciate too. They're spreading the ball around.
Yep.
They're going to different targets.
This is going to be a weird comparison, but when the Badgers, this is going back to Scott Tolzien.
I thought that was the name you were going to throw out there.
People always want these guys to throw 300 yards, and
Mm-hmm.
but when Tolzien was there and they were having some great years, it was 15 of 17, 15 of 19.
Yep.
But just being efficient with the yardage, and then knowing that your running game can get you yards and your defense is going to hold them, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, I know fantasy people probably want Jordan Love to be throwing for 300 yards, but
Mm-hmm.
the only, the time I looked, maybe he looked a little, was when he did that scramble up and slid. I think he was trying to avoid maybe like using his hand when he was sliding. So he kind of thought about sliding with his hand to the back, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't do that." So
I might want to practice that a little bit more.
that looked a little awkward there, but you go up and down. Special teams looked great.
Daniel Whelan, holy man.
Yeah, those punts. I was having like Craig Hentrick flashbacks there of just that 66-yarder.
Yeah,
that was the end of the half, right? That took 16 seconds off the clock.
Mm-hmm.
It was 21 seconds left. Detroit would have had a chance to maybe throw one and get into field goal range. The ball was in the air for, I think, 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And then, thankfully, he kicked it so deep that the Detroit returner tried, like, for another 6 seconds. I mean, field goal-wise, McManus did what he had to do.
Mm-hmm.
Kicked his field goals and extra points. So,
well, it was funny because I don't know if you could hear the telecast during that, but Romo kept saying, what you cannot do is punt the ball down the middle of the field against this guy. You can't punt it. You can't punt it down the middle. It's got to go out of bounds. It's down the middle of the field, but it's so deep and so high that, and then the coverage team with Neiman, the new linebacker, I mean, able to chase him down. It was 16 seconds. You're right. Took off.
Yeah.
For that one play. You can't do anything.
No, then they had to take a knee, and that's the end of the half. So that was, that could have been Detroit getting a little momentum there, and you shut it down. Yeah. I just looked at that again as a formula for starting the season. It really mixed well.
Mm-hmm.
It really did. Everything worked out. Now, tough thing is you have that, and now the win helps, but you have a short week.
Yeah, you do.
And you have to prepare for a totally different kind of quarterback.
Yep.
And a totally different kind of team. That watching the Commanders and what they've done, Terry McLaurin didn't even do much in that game, but Debo, as Packer fans will remember, that man is a monster. And if he's healthy, and like the way he looked yesterday.
And a mobile quarterback now, too, with Jane Daniels. So,
this is going to be a different game. I mean, Detroit's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I think they're a really good team. They came out as a team that just was flat.
Yep.
But Washington is a team that wants to prove that last year wasn't a fluke.
Exactly.
These are some good games. These 2 games to start the season, that's a good test for your team.
Heck yeah.
And, of course, Micah Parsons being a former Cowboy, very familiar with Washington and that rivalry. So,
wonder if they're going to pick his brain a little bit, maybe.
I would think so.
Yeah, I would think so.
You can bring Mike McCarthy in.
Ooh, I didn't even think of that, but yeah, you're right. So, I mean, we're going to get a press release that Mike McCarthy's hired as a consultant.
I thought it was, getting back to that, that was a really cool moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like they brought out the 2010 team, the Super Bowl team, and he was the last guy introduced, and the crowd went nuts.
I wish they could have, because I was really curious to see what the reaction was like.
I think that's awesome.
Yes.
I mean, that's obviously it's been what now, 5 years?
Yeah.
6 years? Jeez, it's been
6 years.
Yeah, I think it was 2019, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Because COVID was
2020. So yeah.
Yeah. So it was So it's been that long. And you get that appreciation. There's always that little bit when he was fired. So it's not like you should have any bitterness.
Yeah, he got fired halfway through 2018.
Yeah. So how do you have the bitterness for like he didn't leave?
Right.
He got fired. And for him to come back.
I was just gonna say for him to come back too, and I know obviously he was there as a coach, but
and I believe he still has a house in
he moved back.
Yeah.
Because he's on, I only know this because he's on Pat McAfee now every Thursday, and I saw a clip of him saying, just casually mentioned when we moved back to Green Bay. I'm like, oh, he's back.
See,
so,
that's neat. So he's a guy who has his roots in Green Bay, and now, I think that's really cool. So that was a special moment. It made me feel old when they were announcing that whole team, and I'm like, shouldn't these guys still be playing?
Well, Aaron is.
Yeah, there's one guy still playing. But it's funny because I'm like looking at it, I'm like, a lot of those guys were drafted during my first years there. Like when Scott Wells came out, I'm like, I remember, vividly when Scott Wells was drafted.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I'm old.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, I know we're running a little behind here, but even going to the Micah Parsons thing where it was reported that Goody talked to Mike McCarthy about Micah Parsons to kind of get a little bit like, okay, what's the guy like? McCarthy didn't have to do that.
No. I mean, he got fired.
Yeah, he got fired by Goody and Mark Murphy. He could have been like, I ain't helping you.
Right.
The fact that he did that But then also the fact that the organization, like, hey, what we saw yesterday, what you got to see yesterday, and apparently him and Goody have a really good relationship. I think that's pretty cool.
I think, and then you look at it, remember when he got fired, they still let him come back and address the team. I think it was one of those things where maybe there was more mutuality to it than we, just being fired. Maybe it was time for a change kind of thing, and they both realized it. So I think that maybe makes it a little easier when you bring in somebody, you get him come back like that, because he's a legend. He led him to a Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl winning coach.
Yep.
He's always going to be that with the organization. So it's really cool to have him kind of come back there.
And especially since he's probably going to be living there for the foreseeable future.
Right.
Too.
I mean, if he decides to go back, he'll get another shot. I don't see.
You think so?
I think so. Because it's not like
does he want to? That might be the question.
He's probably still getting paid a ton by Dallas, or got paid a ton. So that's the whole thing. Is like a lot of these guys, like think like a Steve Mariucci, he was rather young when he got out of coaching.
I think he's probably getting a nice paycheck from his appearances on that Pat McAfee show too.
Exactly.
So
does that mean him and like Rodgers could like?
Well, remember AJ's under too. So
right, I was just like, I was wondering, it's gonna be like that could be awkward with like one box you have Rodgers, the other one you have McCarthy,
and then AJ just doing whatever he's doing. Right
what he always does, just there.
Yep. So
the human screen.
All right, we got to take a quick break here. I do want to switch gears here a little bit because we Brewers had a fantastic weekend too.
Yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit about them since we only have 18 more games left to go in the regular season. So, quick break. We'll be back after these few words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Hi, this is Scott from the all-new Courtesy Ford in Stanley, and we've got great news. Supplier pricing is back, and we have over 100 of the most popular Ford vehicles in stock. F-150, Maverick, Explorer, and even the all-new 25 Expeditions. No waiting, no factory delays, just great vehicles at unbeatable prices. They're here now and only at Courtesy Ford, so if you've been thinking about upgrading, now's the time to make your move. Stop by Courtesy Ford in Stanley or visit courtesyautoandtruck.com to check us out today. See you soon.
Come closer. Now, we're not technically supposed to talk about it, but Saturday nights at Seven Winds Casino, shh, it's good. Like, win cash every hour good. Like, I just screamed and startled security good. From 1 to 4 p.m. and again from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Saturday, they're giving away cash and extra lives. One name, one moment, one fat prize. And trust it, you'll be saying, shh, it's good. Or maybe you'll scream it. We won't judge. Just play your favorite games during the week to earn entries. Then be there when they draw the winners every single hour. Now listen, if you hear your name and casually walk to Quest, that's cool. But if you moonwalk while yelling, shh, it's good, that'll be respected too. Saturday nights, secrets, suspense. Visit 7windscasino.com or call 1-833-47-WINS to learn more about the drive. Only at 7 Winds Casino in Hayward, Wisconsin. Must be 18 plus. Play responsibly.
Hi, I'm Melissa Peterson, Market President at Franz & Bank in Eau Claire. If you're planning to buy your first home, your dream home or cabin, let our mortgage experts guide you through the entire process. They'll work with you to find a solution that's tailored to your situation. We'll take the stress out of buying a home. Learn more at franzandbank.com/Eau Claire or stop by our convenient location today. Franz & Bank & Trust, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 1207375.
With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. And here's the kickoff bonus. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus bets with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code Patrick. Code Patrick, you play just $5 to get $50 in bonus bets for Pick 6. Make the call, ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Register to win a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT at Menards. See store for details.
Good morning. It's time to take a look at some farm news on Sports Talk 105.1. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources is reminding hunters to get ready for the hunting seasons. Black bear without dogs started this last week. Black bear with dogs starts this Wednesday, and then the deer bow season starts on Saturday. The state's busiest hunting season will then approach, and that's the rifle season. The DNR is stressing following the 4 key firearm safety rules. TABK. T is treat every firearm as if it's loaded. A, always keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. B, be certain of your target and what lies beyond. And K, keep your finger off the trigger until ready to shoot. Additionally, anyone born on or after January 1st of 1973 must complete hunter education to purchase a license unless you're participating under the mentored hunting law. National Farm Safety and Health Week is coming up in a few weeks, September 21st through the 27th. The week has been formally recognized since 1944, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt first issued a proclamation during World War II. In Wisconsin, the reminder is especially urgent, with 25 to 40 farm-related fatalities reported every year. Tips to being safe this year are prevent tractor rollovers by taking your time and watching your turns. Improve visibility on the roads. Using magnetic lights, slow-moving vehicle signs, or portable lighting systems are important. Pre-harvest walkarounds, inspecting your equipment before use, like ladders, shields, and fire extinguishers. Train your operators, especially the new or young workers. Hands-on walkthroughs to show proper safety and protect our children on the farm. Teach them about what could happen, and if you know that there are children around, just slow down. And speaking of the harvest season, some crops are already off, and the big ones are still yet to come, soybeans and corn. And to keep everyone safer, a reminder is that it is illegal to pass in a no-passing zone here in Wisconsin. That's a look at some of your farm news on Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Kristen Smith.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
When it comes to glass, Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls does it all. From replacing a cracked windshield to custom glass for your home or business, their work is precise and built to last. They handle shower doors, mirrors, window repairs, and commercial glass projects with the same attention to detail every single time. The team is professional, friendly, and committed to getting the job done right. For quality glass work of any kind, Post Glass and Mirror is the place to call in Chippewa Falls. So the Brewers, 89 wins. Justice, they could hit 90 wins before the Dodgers even hit 80 wins. How about that?
That is crazy. You could have told me that back in May,
Mm-hmm.
and I would not have believed you. No chance that was going to happen, but
no.
Here we go. Kind of righted the ship this weekend.
Yes.
Against Pittsburgh after kind of just a blah little stretch the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You're not winning series. You're getting wins. You're not just not losing streaks, but
Right.
it hasn't been consistent baseball.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of right the ship there. And yeah, now you're on the verge of a division title.
Mm-hmm.
Playing as long as again, September collapses have happened to this team. So I go with much trepidation when I say it's going to happen, but you're close to locking up a playoff spot as well.
3 just to get the magic number is 3 just to get a wild card spot, 12 to get the NL Central, 13 to get the top overall spot. So I mean, this week they're probably going to clinch at least a playoff spot.
Yeah,
a little bit more they probably want at this point, I would imagine, than just getting a wild card spot. But now you got decisions they're going to have to make here with the whole Reese Hoskins. They got to make that decision by tomorrow, whether he's going to go back on the injured list or on the active roster. And to make things more difficult is Bowers has been hitting really well.
Yeah.
Andrew Vaughn's been hitting really well. So it's like you got 3 first basemen and, yes, you got the DH, but Yelich, when he comes back, is going to be the DH.
Right.
So it's like, on one hand, I'd rather have this problem because you have options, but same time, you don't want those options just always sitting on the bench and not doing something either.
Yeah, and they have athletic outfielders, whereas I don't think you can throw any of those guys in the outfield.
No. Like, they got away with it yesterday with Bowers playing right. But he freaking, the whole offense board put 9 runs in the first 3 innings.
Right, so it's like, okay, well, just go out there and shake fly balls for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you got some of those, the lesser known guys that you might be able to have some wiggle room, and I almost feel like, I know this is what got them in trouble a couple of years in the playoffs, is like taking a veteran over a young guy, but I think Reese Hoskins is a guy who's not like he barely has played for this team. This is a guy who, in the second season with the Brewers and was hitting decent for a while there, and has power. I almost feel like you have to keep him, and then one of these guys, be it, I don't know, who are we thinking would, other than Bowers has been hitting well.
Bowers would be the obvious one, but he's a left-hander, and like you said, been hitting really well as of late. So
what's the? Oh my God, I can't think of his name. The guy
Andrew Vaughn,
not Vaughn. No.
Oh, okay.
Like one of the guys they brought up from the.
Oh, Siegler.
Yeah.
I
think he'd be the.
I would think, and I know there's, he plays all the infield. Plus, he could play catcher. I think if we get to a point where Siegler's playing catcher, we're in trouble.
Right. How many teams carry 3 catchers? No one.
Right.
So you have 2 catchers, and if you get to that point, he's just coming back up, and that other catcher's going on the DL.
Or you're really in extra innings, and you have hit so many different other, pinch hitters and such. But at the same time, okay, you still have Monasterio who could play all over the infield
and has been hitting very well. Like, he was just the guy that you'd bring up, it was like, okay, well, he can play the infield. You're not expecting anything with his bat, but all of a sudden
exactly,
he's figured it out a little bit.
And even in a pinch, Isaac Collins plays the infield. So I feel like the whole Siegler, infield versatility, switch here, is that the best option? No, I don't think it is.
Third catcher is not going to be a reason to keep a person on, because they weren't carrying 3 catchers the majority of the season.
Right. Exactly.
Like, if there was something where you're like, okay, William Contreras is going to be able to go. They still have, what's his name, Haas down in the Nashville.
Exactly. So AAA. So
if they needed another catcher, I don't think Siegler is going to be the guy who's going to be that catcher.
Right. So
I think he's the guy that probably is the man on the out, but that's not a bad. He made some impressive plays up here. He'll get another chance. Do they expand the roster still for?
They did September 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when they brought up Yoho, and Ortiz came off the list at that time too. So that's when he was brought back up. So
So I mean, there's going to be a need. So I think you bring back the veteran and a guy who can hit some home runs if you really need him.
Exactly. So
they'll do the complete opposite of what I said. That's me if I'm playing fantasy mode on MVP Baseball 2005.
Right. Yeah. It's the Ranger series coming up, so they got 18 more games left to go here. It's not just a series that can over. Rangers are only 1.5 back from a wild card spot.
Right.
So, I mean, you're going to get a motivated team that's kind of in a playoff mode themselves. I know you look at the schedule. Oh, the only team the Brewers play that currently have a playoff spot or anything like that is the Padres towards the end. But you got a team like the Rangers who are still in it, fighting for that spot.
Yeah,
and those can be dangerous teams too.
Yeah,
so.
And I don't know if I hate saying like peaking too early. That's always a fear, but like I don't think players even think about it, because you go out and play your schedule.
Right,
you're playing your schedule, but yeah, I mean, this last couple of weeks has given you a little bit of pause, just because they haven't been consistent.
Yep.
And the offense has kind of had, like yesterday, they just explode. But there's been times where they're not scoring.
Yeah,
I'm nervous. I was saying off air, I've been hurt before. I'll be walking on thin ice with this team, just because I need to see them have the success.
Oh yeah,
in the
absolutely.
playoffs before I can totally say this team's, even if they win 100 games.
So really quick, because we got to take our final break before we make some picks here. really getting ahead of ourselves here. But I think we all assume they're going to go to the playoffs. If they get the top seed, I think if you ask Brewers fans for the last couple of years, can we get back to winning a playoff series? Because it's been really since 2018. But if they get that top seed, shouldn't it be more than just win one playoff series?
Oh, I think so. I think that,
Right?
that would be your hope.
Right.
I'll go quick to you. Who do you start game one?
I think it's Freddie.
Right.
I think it's Freddie.
And we've seen he's been lights out.
Mm-hmm.
But man, there's still like flashbacks of some rough early Freddie starts.
And what makes me nervous is he does not go deep into games.
No, but no one does on that team. Woodruff is oddly the guy who's coming off.
Miz threw over 100 pitches yesterday, which nobody had on their bingo card that was going to ever happen.
That was even let him do.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what the heck's going on sometimes.
Yeah,
it's like, especially after the Miz yesterday, it's like, okay, first inning, a couple walks, and like probably another 4 or 5 inning. Nope, 7 and over 100 pitches.
But maybe that's the thing. They're ramping these guys up to know that when you get to playoffs, you might be out there for that long.
Yeah. Yep.
So.
All right, quick break, and then we'll pick that Brewers game plus a Monday Night Football game that we got to keep eyes on too.
Oh, yeah.
Minnesota versus Chicago. Final break coming up in just a couple minutes.
Got a take on today's topics but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
Hi, I'm Kevin from The Shoe Doctor. We're celebrating our 35th anniversary, and I'd like to thank all of our customers for your support. In the month of September, we'll be offering 10% off all regularly priced items, buy 2, get 1 free on all socks, and up to 75% off all our clearance items. We'll also be giving away a free pair of Darn Tough socks with all footwear purchases while supplies last. So stop in for great deals on sandals, outdoor and work footwear, socks, and much more. The Shoe Doctor, located on Claremont Avenue, Eau Claire.
Week 1 of the season isn't over yet. We still have one more game tonight with Minnesota taking on Chicago. So why not wrap up your week 1 by playing with Underdog? Because with Underdog, if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And one of the best parts, you could play with as little as $1. So for tonight's Minnesota and Chicago game, I'm staying away from the quarterbacks until we see a bit more from them. In fact, I can see this game being low scoring. So I'm making a lot of my picks on the defensive side of the ball. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code Casper to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Casper with a K. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Wisconsin. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The latest sports news, scores, opinion, and commentary. If that's not enough, you should seek professional help. The Dan Kasper Show.
Looking for a new vehicle? Look no further than our good friends at Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, located at 1000 Chippewa Crossing Boulevard in Chippewa Falls. New vehicle, high quality used vehicle, they've got it all. Go visit our good friends over at Toyson Ford for all of your new vehicle needs. Really quick, because we only got a couple minutes left here, so let's just do some picks. You've got Brewers tonight, game 1 with this series against the Rangers. Jose Quintana on the mound, looking for his 11th win of the season to improve to 11-5 on the season. Who you got in this game there, Justice?
Quintana's been solid, so I'm gonna go with the Brewers.
I'm gonna go with the Brewers.
It's hard to bet against the Brewers.
They got a little TBD action tomorrow too. I don't know if they've officially announced it yet who's going to get that start. Then it's Peralta in the second one. You got Jacob Latz, a lefty for the Rangers. Don't know a whole lot about it. I'll go Brewers too. Why not? So, and then
you talked yourself in.
I did. Monday nights, Minnesota at Chicago. Minnesota, new quarterback. Chicago, new coach.
Second-year quarterback.
Yeah, second-year quarterback. I think it should be a good game.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Minnesota, though, I think, for defensively.
I'll go Chicago because I have liked what I've seen from Caleb Williams.
Okay.
But it'd be fun to see what J.J. McCarthy brings in that first start as well. I mean, having a weapon like Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
It makes things a little bit easier there. So, and the Minnesota defense has looked solid.
Yeah.
Chicago's defense is not quite there yet. I think the division's going to be fun this year.
Oh,
I
yeah.
really do.
Oh, yeah. Like, I don't even know who I want to win at this one because I just don't know how it's all good. It's way too early to do some scoreboard watching and division races at this point.
It'll be his black and blue division, though, again, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. It definitely will. So, but all right. That's got only, less than a minute. So big thanks for hanging out with us during the happy hour.
Oh, no problem.
The 9 a.m. hour now. Happy hour.
Man.
So
I'm like fully awake doing this.
You are the first person in the happy hour. So
is there a Hall of Fame?
We can make one.
Could it just be me?
It'd just
so
be
if Brandon ever does it, he just has to look at me in the background.
That might be motivation for him now to do the happy hour. So, but I know we got another big week of high school football coming up for you guys. So keep up the awesome work, Blue Golds. I mean, Stout. I mean, it's all full swing right now.
It really is.
So,
everything's going on now. So it gets to be that really fun time of year where we're running around and parents are running around everywhere. So
oh yeah. So well, dude, we appreciate it as always, buddy. So have a good rest of the week.
Sounds good.
And we'll catch up with you next week.
Yep.
All right, that's gonna do it for us. The Bill Michaels Show's coming up after this Sports Zone update.